Welcome to NBC Sports Bay Area, home of the authentic fan. It's the Giants and the Angels. A beautiful day in Southern California. The game time temperature will be right around 79, 80 degrees. And Shohei Ohtani. Last night we saw Ohtani the slugger. And today, Ohtani the pitcher and the slugger. He's going to do both in this game. I'm John Miller with JT Snow. And JT, Ryan Addington, the plate umpire, has a history of having a fairly small strike zone comparatively to left-handed hitters, and the Giants have 6 left-handed hitters in their lineup today. There maybe is a little esoteric advantage that could be in there for the Giants.
That's a great point. Last night we saw a big zone with Doug Eddings kind of floating around, missing some pitches, but today Ryan Addington, he does not like to call that pitch down and into the lefties. He'll call more pitches on the outside part of the plate to the lefties or down and into the righties. But we saw the scouting report. We've seen the numbers. And the hitters know that. They scout the umpires. The coaches fill them in. So they know that pitch down and into the lefties might be called a ball.
So Kevin Gausman has finished his warm-ups, and the Angels have taken the field. So let's take a look at the Giants batting order now. Brought to you by your Bay Area GMC dealers. Mike Yastrzemski leads off in right field. Alex Dickerson, the DH, his first start since coming off the injured list. Buster Posey back in there playing a day game after a night game. Brandon Belt at first base. And in his 8-game hitting streak, 3 homers, 2 triples, 3 doubles, and a bunt for an RBI single with 2 down in the first inning last night. Brandon Crawford just having a great first half of the year. Shortstop Donovan Solano, his bat started going in his final at bat last night. He's at second. Steven Duggar in center field. Mauricio Dubon in place of Flores, who got some little problem with a tight right hamstring that caused him to be taken out of the game last night. And Mike Tauchman gets his first start in the last 8 or 9 days in left field.
Well, there he is, Shohei Ohtani, the pride of Japan. 11th start of the year. You see the numbers, 3-1 with a 2.7 ERA. Look at the batting averages. Left-handers 210, righties 141. And let's take a look at his pitch usage. Sponsored by StatCast 3D from Google Cloud. That 4-seamer will throw it almost 54% of the time. Loves that splitter, slider, occasional cutter, occasional curveball. We talked about it earlier. If you're a Giants hitter, you got to go up looking fastball and get it down in the zone. The key will be when he throws that splitter to make him get it up in the zone. So you've got 2 things going on as a hitter. You're looking for 100 miles down in the zone and about 86 to 89 miles up in the zone. Take a look at the Angels defense in the outfield from left to right. It'll be Taylor Ward, Lagares, Rengifo, Rendon, great glove at third base, Iglesias, Fletcher, Jared Walsh, really good defensively at first base. Kurt Suzuki will be putting the fingers down. Shohei Ohtani is going to pitch and bat second.
And here we go. And a first pitch fastball at 92 in there for a strike. Now Ohtani, his velocity has fluctuated. His first start of the year, he was pretty regularly right around 98 miles an hour. Then he had a start in May. His fastball was averaging under 92 miles an hour. Yaz hitting a high pop fly. And does the left fielder even see it? I don't think the left fielder ever saw it. But Iglesias saved the moment by going out to make the catch, even though he was over to the right side of second in the overshift for Yastrzemski. That's a really outstanding play by Iglesias.
We talked about it last night. The Angels are last in the major leagues in fielding percentage, and almost another gaffe. They've had a couple last night, and then they start the game today.
Taylor Ward never saw it.
Yeah.
He never had a clue. So Iglesias had a long way to go, but he got there. And now here is Dickerson. Called a strike on the outside. And Ohtani at 92 miles an hour. Now Ohtani also has a slider. People always talk about his splitter, and for good reason. But he has a slider that has just huge break on it.
Yep. A lot of downward bite. Throws it about 12% of the time. There's that splitter.
In the dirt. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Had a chance to talk with Mark Langston today, former Angel pitcher and teammate of mine and radio broadcaster now. We talked about Ohtani, and the thing that he told me was Ohtani's a guy, he's a little different every time out, and he'll go with what's working. Obviously going to throw that fastball, but if that splitter's on, he'll go with it. If the slider's on, he'll go with it. Mix in some curveballs. He's a field pitcher.
The foul chip. A fastball up and away. And the count goes to 1-2 now to Alex Dickerson with Buster Posey on deck. And it doesn't look like a particularly big crowd here today to see Ohtani on the mound. The Angels will be heading out on the road soon. Giants, of course, are coming home for the weekend. Their welcome home weekend. That ball is smoked into right field for a base hit with some severe topspin on it. One hop to Rengifo, and Dickerson is aboard.
That's the way you do it. The count was 1-2. Too good of a pitch. That's the splitter up in the zone I was talking about. See the grip? It tumbles. You get the ball up above the belt. You got to throw that ball down in the dirt, down in the zone. That's too good of a strike. 1-2 in the count. Great piece of hitting by Alex Dickerson. Look for the fastball down and just react to that splitter up in the zone. As a hitter, you can always react to something softer that's up in the zone. Tough to react to something down like a fastball.
Here's Buster Posey now. Look out, high and tight at 90 miles per hour. Buster 1 for 4 in last night's game, although he hit a couple of balls really hard. He also knocked in the first run of the game, where a base hit was not necessary in a spot where you got to get that guy home. So he got him home, and that was the first run of the 4 that they would score in that first inning. And again, high and tight, 2-0 the count, and he does not have the velocity that we're expecting, and I'm sure that he's expecting.
Yep, it's amazing. Sometimes pitchers warm up in that bullpen and they're free and loose. They get on the mound and they just grip that ball a little tighter.
Breaking ball, and it's in for a strike. 2-1.
It's almost like when you're a golfer, John, and you warm up on the driving range and you're hitting everything great, and then you got to go to the first tee. A little bit of tension comes in. You don't swing it as freely. Same thing with the pitchers. They get on that mound after their bullpen.
And the fastball just above the belt for a called strike 2 at 93 miles an hour. That's the way it used to work for me on the driving range, except for the part about hitting it great. So that was never a problem, hitting it great on the driving range or on the tee. 2-2 the count to Buster Posey.
Still look fastball here. Look down in the zone and try and fight off that splitter if he throws it. There you go.
And the fastball that ran way off the inside at 94. 3-2 count to Buster Posey.
See, that's why you don't guess as a hitter. He could have guessed slider right there, and he throws in the fastball 2-2. In the back of your mind, you're thinking, I might get that splitter. Actually, splitter, I should say, but look for the fastball and adjust.
Dickerson, the runner at first. Walsh on the bag with him. And a high, almost looked like a changeup. And there is Rengifo, and he runs out of room. A Giants fan, a Jack Clark fan, brought his glove and made the catch and then gave it to a kid. Take the Giants on the go this season and stream the games at NBCSportsBayArea.com and the My Teams app, brought to you by your NorCal Honda dealers.
Jack Clark, Will Clark. It's a pretty good play. See, the Giants fans bring their gloves to games. They know what they're doing.
3-2 the count. He'll try it again.
Good take.
And the breaking ball misses down, and that may be right about the spot Ohtani was trying to get it to with 2 strikes. But Buster took it and got the walk. So Dickerson over to second, and here is Belt. Belt, who had 1 hit last night. It left his bat, what do they call that? The speed off his bat.
The exit velocity?
The exit velocity. Yeah. I never used the term, but I just thought maybe I'd use it there. His exit velocity on his RBI single last night, 50 miles per hour. It was a bunt with 2 down. Whoops. 0-1.
This is that bat right here if you're Brandon Belt. First and second with 1 out early in the game. Keep that ball off the ground. Stay out of the double play. Look for ball up in the zone and think to left center. See the spin right there? That's the little slider. Ohtani will throw them all. Try and drive something to left field.
This was right after the walk to Buster Posey, which put a runner over at second base. And sometimes pitchers will tell their catchers that way what set of signals that they want now that there's a runner at second. As that fastball in under the hands. That is one of the things that's on those cards that sometimes they'll pull out of their pockets, because they have a very complicated series of signs to try and keep that runner at second base from relaying what's going to happen to the hitter. And some pitchers will actually tell the catcher, I want to use the number 1 set or whatever.
Exactly.
He was indicating there. 2 men on for the Giants. A threat here in the dirt. Blocked by Suzuki. 2-2. Alex Dickerson got that hit to get the Giants going here against Ohtani. And Ohtani does not give up many hits to lefties.
No, lefties just hitting only 210. Righties at 141. That's why you see Gabe Kapler stack that lineup today with left-handed hitters. Big pitch right here. Ohtani's probably going to throw his best spot or his best pitch.
And he struck him out. And that was a beauty. You think that's a slider?
Let's take another look. Yep, you see the grip? That's a slider. Look at the spin. Tumbling. And that's the thing with hitters is you cannot pick up. See the grip right there? It's hard to pick up the splitter, the slider, or the changeup until it's right on top of you. As a hitter, you're more worried about location, so looking for the ball up in the zone or down in the zone. With Ohtani, I would look for the ball up most of the day.
Brandon Crawford now 2 on 2 out. And a fastball in there. Knee high at 94. 0-1.
We should say that none of these Giants hitters in the lineup today have ever faced Shohei Ohtani. So first time through the lineup, take a pitch, see what he's got. You want to see the action on his fastball. You want to see the break on his splitter, on his changeup. This first at bat is just a learning curve.
Whoop. Fastball way up out of the zone. 0-2.
Yeah, that's a tough pitch to hit, that fastball up in the zone. I said it earlier, just you can't get into a guessing game with Ohtani.
He's got a lot of weapons. Crawford, who last night had 2 doubles, a single, and a walk. They never got him out. And Brandon comes in hitting .260 for the year. 16 homers, 48 batted in. The splitter, did he swing? No, says the third base umpire. Doug Eddings. Not that the Angels telecast showed us that, but
that was a good 0-2 pitch. And you can see when he throws the splitter and when it's right, the bottom just absolutely falls out. And you can't see that as a hitter because it's late and you've already made up your mind that you're going to swing the bat or take the pitch.
Gausman looking on. And that one hangs up and away.
That one just got away from him.
2-2 the count. We have, because we're at Oracle Park with some TV monitors, and one of the monitors shows the all 9. We see the whole field on that shot. And we rely on that sometimes to see how the defense is playing or what the umpire called. There's the all 9 shot that we have always at our disposal to see what the umpire said, swing or no swing. 2-2 the count. And he tried to backdoor him with that breaking ball and missed with it. 3-2.
That's a good take. Well, big pitch here. 3-2, 2 outs. Runners are off on the pitch. Brandon Crawford, just take a little bit out of your swing. Try and think of that gap in left center and stay on this pitch.
Solano hoping to bat. Dickerson at second, Posey at first. There they go. That ball is into right field, but it just won't get down. And Rengifo makes the catch. So Brandon hit it very hard, but a lot of topspin. Inning over. Now Gausman to the mound when we come back.
NBC Sports Bay Area is brought to you by Toyota. With 10 hybrids to choose from, there's one for everyone. Toyota, let's go places. By Heffernan Insurance, because you're different. By Xfinity, X1 will change the way you experience TV. And by Nextiva. When you need business communications for the office, the home office, and everywhere in between, choose Nextiva.
Southern California, that's where the Giants are today. JT Snow, you're from Southern California.
Yep.
What beach is that?
I think that might be Dana Point. San Clemente, maybe Dana Point, South Orange County.
I knew you would know. Been there many times, I'm sure.
Another busy day on the beach.
Here's the batting order now for the Angels, brought to you by your Bay Area GMC dealers. Luis Rengifo leads off in right field. Ohtani hitting second. And Ohtani, in 7 career starts hitting for himself, has a .350 batting average. It's Rendon at third, Walsh at first hitting cleanup, Ward in left, Iglesias at short, Suzuki the catcher, Lagares in center, David Fletcher the pitcher, the second baseman, I beg your pardon, batting ninth.
And there's a look at the Giants starter, Kevin Gausman, 14 starts this year, having a great year. 2012 first rounder out of LSU. The Baltimore Orioles was a 4th overall pick.
And a fastball right at the outside edge to Rengifo. Justin Upton out of the lineup, left the game early last night with lower back tightness. And a splitter, that's low for a ball. 1 ball and 1 strike to Rengifo. Ohtani on deck, as we said, and there he is. Gausman working from the stretch. And a fastball right there at the knees. So just as soon as Rengifo said, I'm just not swinging that ball down at the knees because I know what happens.
Yep.
Then he threw him a fastball right at the knees.
Gausman, 6'2", 197-pounder from Centennial, Colorado, in his 8th year at the big league level. Fastball, splitter, changeup, slider. Loves a fastball and the splitter. There it is.
And there's the splitter for the strikeout. 1 away.
Let's take a look at the Giants defense, sponsored by Geico. 3 lefties in the outfield. Actually, excuse me, 2 lefties, Tauchman, Dubon, Yastrzemski. Actually, Duggar is in center field. Dubon at third, Crawford, Solano, and Belt at first. Buster Posey will be putting the fingers down, and Kevin Gausman on the mound.
So it is 3 lefties in the outfield.
It is. I was right. I got thrown a splitter right there.
Swing and a miss.
They threw me a splitter.
Here is Ohtani. Fastball away. Now, he's facing his opposing pitcher here, but unlike the norm facing an opposing pitcher, this is also the guy you don't want to let beat you. 23 home runs, tied for the major league lead. And the splitter is low. 2-0 to Ohtani.
Talked about Gausman. That fastball go 94 plus. He throws it 50% of the times. Hitters just have a 179 batting average on that 4-seamer. That splitter, he throws it 37% of the times, goes about 83 miles an hour. Hitters hitting a $115 on that splitter.
3-0. Anthony Rendon is on deck.
So, John, I think when Ohtani pitches and hits, I think he should get overtime or double time pay, don't you think?
I have a feeling that maybe he does. I think he's maybe already factored that in. 3-0 the count to him.
You got to pay him twice.
And that's on the outer edge, and the count is 3-1.
And I think one of the things we'll watch today is if Ohtani gets on the bases, him running the bases could be a factor, especially if he's on the bases running hard and then there's a third out and he's got to go right to the mound. That takes a little bit out of your legs. That could wear you down.
3-1. And the splitter. And I love the expression on Ohtani's face, because he just about swung himself right out of his shoes trying to launch that one.
You think he was looking fastball there? Same thing with Gausman. The Angel hitters stay on the fastball and adjust to that splitter.
Another splitter. Belt. Gausman covering.
Good play.
And out number 2. So he comes back to get him after falling behind him at 3-0.
Let's take a look at Kevin Gausman's pitch usage. Sponsored by StatCast 3D from Google Cloud. That four-seamer, I said 50% of the time. You see that splitter in purple, 37. Not many sliders and changeups. So a lot like Ohtani. Fastball splitter. Kevin Gausman uses that splitter more than anybody in the big leagues. And it's a pitch that kind of disappeared for a while because guys weren't throwing it because they thought they were losing their fastball. Back when I came up, guys like Tom Hankey and Roger Clemens threw that splitter.
Well, it's a nasty pitch. And over the years, when facing guys like that, some hitters, it's the only thing they can think of. And they swing early in the count because they don't want to fall behind, and knowing that that splitter is going to come. And here's Rendon, has had more experience against Gausman than any other current member of the Angels. That's a little bit low at 96 miles an hour.
And what the splitter does for people that are watching it, it gets to the plate and then it drops straight down, where a changeup may fade in or out. They're kind of on the same plane, but that splitter will get to the plate and the bottom falls out. It'll drop straight down.
Got the call on this fastball, and Rendon was not too happy about it. 1-1, a low strike given there by Addison.
As a hitter, you can't tell the difference between a splitter and a changeup when it comes out of his hand. But they have two separate actions as they get close to the plate. One fades and one drops straight down.
1 ball, 1 strike to count. 2 down, nobody on. Nothing game. And the splitter bounces in.
Take a look at the strikeouts this year in the big leagues on the splitter.
Sawamura, who is from Japan with the Red Sox, but he's been primarily a relief pitcher for Boston. Gausman and Ohtani, the two of them at the top and getting actual strikeouts on that pitch. Fastball, pretty good rip, and but he was late on it.
Yeah, pretty good pitch. Fastball away at 95.
Anthony Rendon. One thing that's different when you look at the numbers to see if a guy's had success against a pitcher. In the case of Gausman, he's changed a few things over the years. When he used to be with Baltimore and Rendon used to be with Washington, and they'd play interleague games every year. That was the high hard one, and he was able to fight it off to stay alive.
Gone 2 pitches in a row with the high fastball, so you could tell the scouting report. Try and get ahead of Rendon. He's a very patient hitter. Has a great command of that strike zone with the bat, but trying to pound him up in the zone with 2 strikes. See what they do here. Kind of set up. Buster setting up high.
Splitter. And it's a full count now, 3-2. Now that was interesting. Buster kind of, who was he trying to deke?
Sometimes you can do that because maybe people in the other dugout might be given location. So a lot of times you'll see a catcher set up high like that, and all it takes is for somebody in the dugout to give a little location.
So because Buster was given that, get it up here, and it was a splitter.
Right. There's nobody on base to give to steal the sign.
And it's a walk for Rendon. Fastball missing. So each pitcher has issued a walk here in the first inning, and the batter will be Jared Walsh. Now that brings up the other slugger who's having a big first half, and Rendon is not on that list right now. Rendon off to a very poor start. Came into this game hitting only .231 with only 4 home runs and 30 batted in. His poor first half, coupled with the lengthy injury that has had Trout out for a long period of time. That's two of the big boppers for the Angels who are not in there. One's in there but not bopping.
They're still fourth in the American League in batting average at 275. They're trying to keep it together until Trout gets back.
At the knees, called a strike. Jared Walsh having just an outstanding first half. 18 homers, 51 batted in. He's also had 18 doubles and a 290 batting average.
That's great production from your first baseman.
He's somebody, when you got invited by Joe Maddon to spring training last year, not this past spring, but the spring before, that you got to know a little bit.
Got to know him, got to work with him. Great kid.
Base hit right through the vacated third base area. The Giants had the overshift on. He got a high fastball and just kind of swatted at it and hit it through the undefended area. Rendon to second. 2 on and 2 out.
Well, every now and then your shift is going to get beat. Gets the foot down early. The hands are back. Look at the head stay down. Ball up in the zone. And he just takes it the other way. It's a pretty good piece of hitting.
Tauchman getting it back in as Crawford had to hustle over to cover third base as the only infielder who was on that side of the infield to begin with. So now the Angels with a threat. A 2-out walk to Rendon, Walsh with a single, and here is Taylor Ward out of Fresno State. Fastball, and it looked like Buster might have had a hard time picking up where that ball was. Put his palms out.
You know, one of the things playing down there in Southern California is it's bright down there when the sun's out and there's no clouds, and that sun sits right above the stadium. Get a lot of fans wearing white shirts. See the flags blowing out to center field. Good pitch.
0-2.
I was down in spring training last year, like you said, with the Angels and Joe Maddon. He was raving about Taylor Ward and great athlete he is. And
he was a first-round draft choice out of Fresno State.
They love him, and
2015.
They think he's going to be a big leaguer for a long time. Just needs some at bats and needs some experience.
Splitter, inning over. 2 men stranded, 2 strikeouts for Gausman. Solano coming up for the Giants.
Hold on.
Yes!
Rated PG-13.
Fast is back, only in theaters this Friday. Vin Diesel and company. Donovan Solano will lead off here in the second inning for the Giants against Shohei Ohtani. And then Steven Duggar and Mauricio Dubon to follow. Working from the stretch, just the way the Giants right-hander Gausman does it, and Ohtani misses down and in.
Yep, he goes exclusively from the stretch, and if you talk to most hitters, they would rather face a guy out of the stretch than the windup. With the windup, there's more moving parts. The big leg kick, hard to see the ball sometimes from the release point. The stretch is a little more simplified.
Out of play, off to the right.
Uh-oh. Is that?
Ohtani had
his hitting gloves.
The batting gloves in his back pocket when he went out there to the hill. And that high curveball. Now, he doesn't throw that curveball very often.
You know, when you're pitching and hitting in the same game, there's a lot going on.
Especially when you're just not a pitcher who's hitting, but you're the hitter in your lineup. Well, you got Solano to chase. Solano been chasing a lot these last 2 games. That's the 4th time he has struck out in this series.
Yeah, it was a good slider on the outer half. Check it out again. Watch the grip and watch the rotation. See that spin? See the laces? Little slider down and away.
Ohtani, that slider. Now, because of StatCast, they have ways of accurately measuring these things now. And that slider, when it's at its best, will have 18 inches of horizontal break. That is a base hit to center field for Steven Duggar. Jumped on that first pitch and gets the Giants their second hit.
Well, that's the way you do it. Don't wait around. I said these guys haven't faced Ohtani, but guys at the bottom of the order can talk to the guys at the top of the order when they come back to the dugout, and they can ask him questions like, what's his action on his fastball? What's that splitter look like? Is his fastball running? He's got more of a four-seam fastball. But his last 3 starts, actually, Ohtani has thrown more sliders than fastballs, and it goes back to my conversation with ex-Angel pitcher Mark Langston. He just goes with what's working that day and what he's feeling. He's a feel pitcher.
Well, that's not a bad way to go.
Yep.
Especially when you have great stuff like he's got and a lot of different pitches.
And he's got a veteran behind the plate in Kurt Suzuki, 37 years old, been around a long time. Can trust him, and we'll watch how they work today. A lot like DeSclafani and Buster last night were on the same page. Not a lot of shaking off. Kurt Suzuki's been doing it at a high level for a long time.
Duggar again back to the bag at first. Now, teams like to run on Kurt Suzuki's arm if they can get a jump.
If you're a base dealer and you can pick a pitch, hitters in a count, maybe you're anticipating a splitter, and you can pick up 90 feet.
Ohtani holding for a long while, and a wild swing and a miss on a very high. I mean, there's making him bring the ball up, and then there's
I said earlier,
going after a ball that's up around your shoulders.
It's a tough assignment because the fastball has to be down in the zone. You know, he's mid 90s to upper 90s. Can get it up there 100 miles an hour, but you got to get that pitch down, and then you got to get the splitter up in the zone. So the zone is going to seem big today to the Giants hitters.
And there's that breaking ball again. 0-2 now. Dubon hit a home run in his first at bat last night. The first pitch that he saw over that yellow line in right center. And a great effort was made by Taylor Ward, but he couldn't quite get to it. And that's something Dubon had been working hard all month. And it came back with almost the same pitch. And this time Dubon said, no, I chased one, but I'm not chasing that one.
And we talked about it earlier in the game. The home plate umpire, Ryan Addington, he'll call that pitch more on the righties, on that outside part of the plate. He doesn't like to call it down and into the lefties. The hitters know that going into the game. They've done their scouting report on the umpires as well.
1-2 to Dubon. One out, runner at first. Very high. 2 balls, 2 strikes now. Dubon with Tauchman on deck. Shohei Ohtani, he had a 24 pitch first inning. That's part of the Giants game, making that starting pitcher work hard, making him throw a lot of pitches. Not that they're trying to see just a lot of pitches, they just don't want to swing it at bad balls, and that pitch count will often rise because of that. Did he swing?
Got him.
He's ruled to have swung at it. And I don't think he swung at it. His whole body swung at it, but he kept the bat back, I thought. And that's the 3rd strikeout for Ohtani.
It's close. Let's take another look from the side. There's that slider down and away. Yeah.
Well, there
absolutely,
he did swing at it. Yeah.
Absolutely. Trying to buy an extra pitch. That was an easy one to call.
So now Tauchman will come up. 1 out, or rather with 1 on and 2 down. Tauchman trying to get his bat going. It's been a long dry spell for Mike Tauchman. And Duggar back to the bag.
One of the things that I've noticed with Ohtani with runners on base, Duggar on first, is he's varying his hold time. He'll come set in the stretch, and you do that with a good base stealer. You hold the ball a little longer. It gets a little anxiety in that runner, makes him tighten up a little bit. Sometimes you go quick, sometimes you'll hold it. See him holding the ball right here.
Tauchman shows bunt and takes a little bit high. Ball one. Ron Wotus flashing some signs on the third base coaching lines. Antoine Richardson, the Giants first base coach. 0-0 game here in the second inning. After a long first, Ohtani would like to have a relatively quick second. This will be his 12th pitch of this inning. (2-0), and that is part of the game for Tauchman, although it's not been paying off in a lot of base hits, but he'll make you throw strikes.
Yep. And that's what you have to do when you're not swinging the bat like you know you can. Go up there and have a good at bat and just stay patient. You got to stay aggressive. It feels like when you're struggling, your bats are going so fast and you're swinging at some pitches you normally wouldn't swing at. Just have to get back in the zone and trust yourself.
2-0 the count. And there's the high strike up around the belt, and the count is 2-1. So that bright sky you were talking about, JT, that can create some problems and has already created some problems for some people when a ball has been hit in the air. Duggar, the runner at first, ready to take off at the crack of the bat with 2 down. And there's that hard slider, and it's 2-2.
Yeah, he's throwing a lot of sliders. Tauchman just a little bit late. We saw him last night. To me, he just looks a little late on some pitches. You got to get started a little bit earlier. What I mean by that is just you got to sink into that back leg a little sooner and focus on trying to hit the ball out front and catch that pitch out in front of the plate. He's just a little bit late.
The splitter, and it's too low. By the way, he does throw that slider, and it's a big pitch for him. He throws it a lot more than Gausman throws his. But he also has a cutter.
Yep.
So sometimes when it's a little harder and a smaller break, that probably is his cutter. 3-2 the count, so Duggar will be off and running now. Walsh vacates the bag at first. There goes Duggar, and timeout had just been granted.
Yep, that's Ohtani holding the ball. I said that earlier. He knows he's off on the pitch. When you hold the ball as a pitcher, and it's a great thing to do, it puts tension in the hitter. It puts tension in the base runner. Tauchman calls timeout. As a hitter, you want to get in the box and feel that rhythm with the pitcher every time. When he holds the ball, it upsets that rhythm.
There goes Duggar. And he struck him out looking. And I think clearly guessing wrong there. 0-0. Cadillac arrived. Shohei Ohtani's arrival to the major leagues came with much fanfare. Ohtani made his major league debut back at the end of March in 2018 as a designated hitter in Oakland. Then on April the 1st, Ohtani made his major league mound debut, also against the A's. He pitched 6 innings, gave up 3 hits and 3 runs, had 6 strikeouts, got the win in his major league pitching debut. Ohtani's star has only gotten brighter since his arrival 3 years ago. Our Cadillac arrived. Here is Iglesias.
Oof.
Fairly deep in center, but Duggar one away. Over toward right center a bit. Now you could be a big star. Maybe you arrived, and yet you're going to get checked by the umpires, as Ohtani was, leaving the mound after the second. He was very good-natured about it.
Yep. He knows exactly what they're talking about, and they do it randomly. The umpires are going to do this randomly. Check the pitchers for any sticky substance. Many people ask, why don't you just do it before the start of the game? But they're going to do it randomly. And I don't know if you saw last night, but there was actually some pretty good videos of some pitchers being checked, Sergio Romo is at the top of my list.
There's a fastball for a called strike to Kurt Suzuki.
Undid his belt and was about ready to drop his pants. That was classic. If you know Sergio.
Well, he dropped him.
Yeah. That was great.
And the splitter is taken low. Now, we mentioned Ohtani had a lengthy first inning. Well, so too did Gausman. Gausman had a 22 pitch first inning. So and the Giants also would like to have a much quicker inning here.
Right.
He did go 8 innings in his most recent start, and he's had an extra day of rest since then. That splitter stayed up around the knees, bounced foul, and the count is 1-2. He went 8 innings against Arizona. That was in the finale of that series last Thursday at Oracle Park.
One of the things to me with Kevin Gausman this year, watching him pitch, is his mechanics look so dialed in. They're tightened up. His release point is great. His mechanics are just an A+, and that's why he's able to repeat his delivery, repeat that arm slot, and can repeat those pitches. And sometimes it takes guys longer than others. You know, he was a first-round pick 2012 out of LSU, 4th pick overall to the Baltimore Orioles. Sometimes it just takes a little bit of time to get it all together.
2-2, and he struck him out with yet another splitter. 3rd strikeout for Gausman.
New 2021 MLB All-Star ballot standings have been released. Buster Posey is still in first place among the catchers, while Brandon Crawford is in 4th place at shortstop and needs your vote. The top 3 players at each position, plus 9 outfielders, will advance. This phase of voting ends tomorrow at 1 p.m. Vote daily at sfgiants.com/vote to send your Giants to Colorado.
Here's Lagares. He bunts it. 3rd base side. And Dubon. He's out.
What a play.
I was surprised by that call, but what a play by Dubon to get Lagares, who runs pretty well. And we'll see. The Angels may. And they are. They're immediately.
Yeah.
The word comes out that we want a review on this one.
I thought he might beat it when he goes to the glove. I thought he might barehand it, but the transfer is great. The release is great. Oh, he's way safe. Not even close.
Dan Bellino, the first base umpire.
I got to break out my eraser now on my scorecard.
Called him out, but he was clearly safe.
It's not even close.
This should not take a long time to overturn this call from New York.
I thought when his first bunted down, Lagares runs well. I thought Dubon's only chance was to barehand that and get rid of that transfer.
Well, here's the call now from New York. We know what it's going to be.
Yeah, I think that's a play you just do or die. You try and barehand it. It's a pretty good play though by Dubon.
And he's got a great arm. So with 2 down, Lagares gets aboard, and here comes David Fletcher.
It's not easy. Dubon in center field last night. Now he moves to 3rd base.
And he's been more of a middle infielder. 3rd base is a position, and he's worked at it in spring training, takes ground balls there and whatnot. But mostly if he's on the infield, he's at shortstop or 2nd base. Diving safely back is Lagares.
It's one of the philosophies with the Giants organization now. I'm doing some games down in Sacramento with the River Cats, and Dave Brundage, the manager down there, is moving guys around. The infielders are playing short, 3rd, 2nd. The outfielders are playing left, center, and right, so that when they get called up to the big leagues, they're ready to go, because Gabe Kapler wants to have that flexibility with all his players, and I think it's a pretty good way to go.
Well, if you're a young guy and you want to get to the big leagues, if you can be versatile and play more than one position well, that might be the difference that gets you there.
Absolutely.
David Fletcher, who in last night's game got a base hit in his final at bat. 2 down with Lagares at first. Fastball a little bit low.
Back when I came up, they called it the utility infielder. Mainly he played second or short. Might be able to play a little third, but that was about it. You didn't see a lot of guys moving around. The outfielders could swap maybe from left field to right field. Your center fielder was pretty much a staple in the outfield, but now there's a lot of guys that are super flexible and can move around. Spot.
The count goes to 2-1 now to Fletcher. I remember Tony Phillips used to play with Oakland, and he ultimately played for a few other teams.
I played with him on the Angels.
I mean, he was a great guy at getting on base. And Rickey Henderson was sort of the guy that he modeled himself after. And Rickey was a guy who got on base all the time. Here is Tauchman, inning over. 1 man left. We head to the third. Top of the order. Yastrzemski, Dickerson, Posey coming up. The day brought to you by your California Ford dealers. Anthony DeSclafani last night, and DeSclafani was just exceptionally good, including against Shohei Ohtani, whom he struck out a couple of times. 7 innings, no runs, 3 hits, 9 strikeouts, and his record is now 8-2. And his earned run average down to 2.77.
Yeah, he was really good. Him and Buster Posey on the same page all night, not shaking off pitches, commanding that zone, up and in, down and away, changing speeds. He was awesome.
Ohtani to Yastrzemski, ball 1. Yaz hit a little bloop into shallow left field that was caught after a long run by the shortstop Iglesias. Nobody else could see the ball. Ohtani working from the stretch. Check swing and a foul.
Well,
1 ball, 1 strike.
That was looking for 1 pitch and getting another, and you're not quite sure, and for some reason in your mind you decide to swing the bat, and that's what happens. But we talked about none of the Giants hitters have faced Ohtani before. Now this is the second time through the lineup. You do your homework that first time, try and see all his pitches, and this will be interesting this second time through the lineup with the 6 left-handed hitters.
There's that cutter off the inside. 2-1 the count. By the way, we were talking about guys who were versatile, could play all, and I mentioned Tony Phillips. And Tony Phillips was a guy who came up as an infielder, but he also played all around the outfield.
Yep.
And Sparky Anderson, when he was with Detroit, he might put him in any one of 6 different positions on a daily basis. Now 2-2 to Yaz, and Tony Phillips would get 100 walks. He'd score runs. He'd set up RBI opportunities for the big boppers in the lineup. Just an outstanding, valuable player.
Yep. I played with him in '95 with the Angels. He was our leadoff guy, and man, he'd get that offense going.
Yaz fouls one down off his foot. 2-2.
Seeing a lot of sliders from Ohtani. We talked about his last 3 starts. He's thrown more sliders and fastballs. Still cannot get into a guessing game with him, though. Got to go up to the plate looking fastball. His fastball's not quite topping out like we normally see it. He'll go mid to upper 90s. He's even thrown 101. Keep sitting on that fastball. And for the left-handed hitters, when he throws you something off speed, got to be ready to get the barrel out and pull it.
Dickerson on deck. And he broke that breaking ball right in on the hands.
He's
Pulled foul.
Throwing that slider in on the lefties, which is a really good pitch. And it's hard as a left-handed hitter because you can't do anything with it. You can't keep it fair. You basically just get jammed and pull it foul. But now he's got him set up. He's got Yaz set up 2-2 here. He can go down and away with that splitter. He can go fastball up and away. He's going to throw his best pitch right here and try and strike him out.
And that one 98 miles an hour, and Walsh takes it himself. 1 away. Now a word via WebEx by Cisco.
We need that part.
It's nearly done.
Can you repeat that? That's better.
It's done.
With WebEx, the McLaren Formula One team is collaborating like never before. Introducing the WebEx Suite, driving hybrid work.
Shohei Ohtani, 5 years with the Nippon Ham Fighters in the Japanese Pacific League. His favorite pitcher was Yu Darvish.
Nice.
And with the Fighters, he wore the same number that Darvish had worn when he was a member of the team. And that's a called strike to Dickerson when his favorite hitter was Hideki Matsui. After Yastrzemski was done, he gave that sign to his catcher, Suzuki. 1 ball, 1 strike to count. Ohtani, he's a big guy. In addition to being maybe the Angels' best pitcher right now and their most prolific home run hitter, he's their leading base stealer. But I don't think they like him to do that kind of stuff when he's pitching.
Right. No green light today.
1 and 2.
He really is a big guy. You meet him in person, and I met him last year in spring training. I was down there with the Angels, and he's all of 6'4".
And I think because of his size, it surprises people just how fast a runner he is.
Yeah,
really fast.
He can run.
Well, all of a sudden, 98 miles an hour starts showing up here.
Yeah, he's picking it up, getting a little loose here in the top of the third with 1 out.
The Giants have worked him, though. He's already at 51 pitches with only 1 out here in the 3rd inning. See the overshift. Second baseman Fletcher out in right field for Dickerson. And out of the reach of Anthony Rendon, who is at the shortstop position, and Dickerson is 2 for 2.
Couple pretty good at bats for Alec Dickerson, and he's a guy that can have success off Ohtani because look where he holds his hands, nice and relaxed. Watch this ball, it curves right back. So he holds his hands low and just goes right down, keeps his head on it. That's a great piece of hitting. See the ball curve back. That means you're staying inside the ball. You're hitting that inside part of the ball, and that ball curves right back. That's when you know as a hitter everything is pretty perfect.
So now Buster Posey, who coaxed a walk out of Ohtani his first time. 0-0 here in the 3rd inning, but the pitch count mounting for Ohtani early in this game. Buster, 328 average, 411 on base percentage.
I talked about, I liked where Dickerson's hands were. He has them nice and relaxed and kind of holds them low. And as a hitter, you know, the guy on like Ohtani, if the ball's up above my hands, I'm going to take it, as opposed to a hitter that maybe holds their hands up higher. There's more room under their hands where they're not quite sure of that strike zone, but he holds them nice and relaxed.
Center field, Lagares, and that is the 2nd out.
So what that can do for Dickerson is nice and relaxed. If the ball's below my hands, I just drop my hands on it, and his path to the ball is a lot shorter and quicker than somebody that holds their hands up higher.
Well, the Giants are very anxious to see Dickerson just go off the way he can.
Right.
And it hasn't really happened. He's had little brief periods where he's done some damage, but they're looking for one of those stretches where for a week he's just hitting the long ball and knocking in runs, and they've seen him do it.
He needs to get to face about 5 or 6 right-handed pitchers in a row where he can get his timing. And
last night he had 1 at bat as a pinch hitter with the lefty starting. Oakland's got 2 lefties going in the series this weekend. Brandon Belt now, 2 down, runner at first. Belt might like to see that pitch again.
Yes. Well, that's what I was saying. If you watch Dickerson and then watch Belt's hands are a lot higher, so his bat's got to travel a little more to that pitch down in the zone. He's got a little more room to cover. So Ohtani can make some different pitches on Belt that he can't make on Dickerson.
Belt's had a really good stretch since coming back from the injured list. This one right into the defense and racing over to second and then right on into the dugout is Jose Iglesias.
That's outstanding. I love it.
The
I love
inning
that.
is over. Top of the order coming up. Ohtani batting second. Ultimate performer 18 years ago today. Barry Bonds stole his 500th career base. He did it against the Dodgers and Eric Gagne. Bonds walked in the 11th inning, stole second, and then a little bit later scored the winning run on a single by Benito Santiago. Barry Bonds, he was one of those guys who could do it all. The only, there are guys, 30-30 guys who steal 30 bases, hit 30 homers the same year. 40-40 guys, a much smaller list. Barry Bonds is in a list all by himself, the 500-700 club. Over 500 steals, over 700 homers, as Rengifo leads off here in the third.
A couple extra zeros.
Pulled foul.
Buster couldn't find that ball either. Do you see him? You see he's got the sunglasses on. We talked about Angel Stadium down there in Orange County. It gets bright down there and the sun just sits right up top the stadium. Starts over from that left field side and drifts across to right field or over that first base dugout.
And the splitter. He struck him out on one of those in the first inning. He's had 3 strikeouts in the first 2 innings. The Angels are without one of their sluggers. Justin Upton, as Ohtani is out on deck. Upton left last night's game after the second inning with lower back tightness. Struck him out. Nasty.
Yeah, that one was nasty. Usually that splitter will drop straight down, but if you watch that again, it goes down and away to the lefty. And let's take a look at this. Normally that splitter will just go straight down. Watch where Buster sets up. Watch this thing move away from him. Look at that right there at the end. Buster had a hard time catching that thing. That is nasty. That's one where you just tip your cap to the pitcher, walk back to the dugout.
Now Ohtani, who grounded out to first his first time. Remember, he got ahead of the count, 3 balls and no strikes, but Gausman came back and got him. And a splitter. That's the second time Ohtani's had a huge swing at what he thought was a fat pitch before it just disappeared as he swung.
He thinks it's a fastball, and then right there he realizes it is that splitter.
It's Ohtani who gets a chance to find out what it's like facing him.
That's it.
There's a ball.
Good point.
A ball too low. 1-1 the count.
Got to believe that Gausman's going to go back to that splitter a couple more times during this at bat. Buster's setting up high, probably going to go with that split down. There it is.
They did it again, yeah.
Buster's doing that. He's doing that for a reason. They might have something. Maybe the Angels are trying to relay location. There's a reason Buster's doing that.
I mean, that's when you talk about relay, you mean like Houston Astros stuff from a
maybe
few
not
years
electronically,
ago.
but something could come from the dugout or the on deck hitter.
That one hit the plate.
And that's all fair game.
So you think maybe Buster's hearing something from the dugout?
Or they may have something. It may not even be the case at all. Maybe he just, maybe Gausman likes that. He likes to see that target up so that I know I go down. But obviously the hitter cannot see the catcher and his glove.
The pitch struck him out with the splitter.
Same pitch he got Rengifo on the batter before him. That splitter down and away. And you start locating, see the grip, see the seams moving down and away. You start locating that splitter down and away to left-handed hitters. That's unhittable. It looks like a fastball coming out of the hand. And then about a third of the way to the plate, you realize it's got a lot less velocity, but your body's already started and your hands have already started, and you can't hold up.
Anthony Rendon, the hitter now. He walked his first time. 2 down, nobody on. Dave Fleming will be along in the middle innings. Coming down the hall from the radio booth. And the high fastball is fouled away. By the way, here at Oracle Park where we are, we've seen a few Giants who are injured right now starting a rehab.
Yeah.
And earlier we saw Reyes Moronta play catch, which was good to see.
Right.
And we saw Aaron Sanchez out there. And I think, is that Logan Webb just went out on the field?
I think so. Yep. Those guys stay back here and get some work in.
That's a base hit to right field for Rendon. Well, as Oracle Park reopens at full capacity for fans, now is the best time to go after your second half season ticket, become a season ticket member. The Astros will be coming in. They are red hot right now. The Mets, the Padres. Also, there's 6 more games with the Dodgers here. So secure the best seats, including club level and lower box availability. Also receive postseason ticket rights for any potential home games. Become a second half season ticket member at sfgiants.com/season. Jared Walsh now, who hit one hard, but to the opposite field where the Giants were not playing, and the splitter bounces off the plate. And Buster gets a new ball. It was a pretty good save there by Buster on a big hop. Giants, by the way, have somebody playing at the spot where Walsh hit the ball his last time up.
You see the shift. They slide that third baseman over to straightaway.
Does that say that the Giants didn't think it was an accident, that he said, hey, there's nobody over there, that's where I'm going to hit it?
I think that base hit that he had, that pitch was inside and he fought it off and went the other way. Just they're shifting him to play to pull, and Gausman's trying to pound him in, which he did, and now they're more traditional with a 1-1 count.
Now Dubon left third base, went over to second base, and Crawford is at short, and then once again nobody at third.
He threw him in. He just stayed inside of it and was a little late on the swing and beat him to the left side of the field.
And the splitter is bounced foul. 1-2. Ohtani, 56 pitches in 3 innings, and right now Gausman is moving up toward 50 himself. He's had 5 strikeouts, and Ohtani has had 4 strikeouts in these first 3 innings.
See Tauchman in left field, way over in the gap.
Off the inside at 96 miles an hour and well away from the target of Buster Posey. 2-2 the count. Second baseman Solano is out in shallow right field. 18 home runs for Jared Walsh. Coming over, Dubon, inning over. On to the 4th inning now. Crawford coming up for the Giants. It is 0-0, and Dave Fleming will be along with JT.
0-0 Giants and the Angels. Dave Fleming now joining JT Snow here on the television side of our Giants baseball broadcast. JT, I mean, so far the pitching matchup has lived up to billing, but I will give the offenses credit. I mean, nothing on the board, but they're making these 2 guys work.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of split fingers, and I think Gausman's right now might be a little better than Ohtani's, and I think Ohtani's velocity is starting to pick up. We're used to seeing him mid to high 90s, maybe even 100 miles an hour, but it's an off-speed slider splitter clinic right now.
You know, it is funny with Ohtani how the fastball velocity can float around a little bit, And I don't know if he's ever talked about it. I mean, you would have to guess that part of it might just be fatigue, how much stamina he has any one day.
We talked about that too earlier in the game. John and I, you know, when he's hitting, and especially if he gets on base and has to run the bases, I mean, that takes a little bit out of your legs. It's not easy.
And not just hitting today, but I mean, he was in there last night. He's playing just about every day. Has to be a buildup. Crawford hit that one hard to left field and carrying pretty well, but not quite well enough. Ward in front of the wall for out number 1.
Might have just caught that a little bit off the end of the bat.
Crawford's had 2 good at bats so far, but he's 0 for 2. Ohtani hasn't gone as many as 100 pitches in any start this year. And typically he's sort of around 80, 85, and that's when he comes out of the game. This will be his 60th pitch of the day today. Donovan Solano had a good cut but fouled it off.
Talked earlier when Yastrzemski led off the third, that the second time through the lineup, because none of these hitters had faced Ohtani before, and that first time through the lineup, you do your homework, you see what action he's got on his fastball, his slider, his split. Now the second time through the lineup is where you make adjustments.
Solano on the ground hard and past the dive of Rendon. So Donovan Solano's got his first hit of the day, a 1-out single. Well, Giants fans, Xfinity Mobile delivers fast nationwide 5G on the most reliable network. Break free from the big 3 and save with Xfinity Mobile.
I think Donovan Solano needed that at bat right there. Last night struck out 3 times, did get a base hit in the 8th, and then struck out his first at bat in the 2nd. That's a good pitch to hit the little hanging slider up in the zone.
Sometimes Donovan gets in swing mode. He's for 2 nights. He's been 2 days and nights. He's been swinging at just about everything. So now Duggar, who had a base hit his first time up, and he kind of started to hold up, couldn't do it, went through, strike 1.
Well, that's one of those. I'm sitting fastball. I think it's a fastball. No, it's not. It's a split. And you see Ohtani, we saw that last pitch. He grips that split every time in his glove, and then he'll make the adjustment to the fastball grip or the slider grip as he comes set, and then strictly out of the stretch.
Trying to avoid tipping. Fastball. Wow, close. Ohtani wanted it. Very different strike zone today than last night.
Last night it was floating a little bit. And we talked about today, John and I, Ryan Addington doesn't call a lot of strikes to the left-handed hitters down and in. We'll call it to the right-handed hitters.
Last night, if you threw it in Orange County, it was a strike. With Doug Eddings behind the plate. Duggar on the ground to short. That's 1. Not in time. Duggar fast enough to stay out of the double play.
Fletcher got kind of a tough feed right there. Pretty good try on that turn. Iglesias threw him a rocket. They know Duggar runs well, but watch where this throw is. Kind of handcuffed him a little bit. And pretty good turn right there. Kind of gets in on him, and he doesn't have a whole lot on that throw, and Duggar runs too well.
Iglesias, who for years has been one of the best defensive shortstops in the game, made it a little tough on his second. It probably wasn't going to matter there with the speed of Duggar. There's a chance Duggar might try to steal second base here. In the dirt, he's not going to have to try to steal. He'll make it there on the wild pitch.
See that splitter, he just spikes it in the ground, and Kurt Suzuki does all he can to try and backhand it. No way to get your body in front of that one, and it's a big at bat here in the 4th inning. Giants get a runner in scoring position, and See if Dubon can come through here. Got first base open, but righty on righty, you're going to go after him. You got the left-handed hitting Tauchman up next. See if Dubon can control this at bat, get ahead in the count like he is now, and get the Giants up.
Giants haven't had a lot of these at bats in the game. Still, it feels like they put pressure on Shohei Ohtani. On a warm afternoon in Anaheim, pitch number 66. Dubon. That one was up high and he couldn't connect.
That's the hard part we were talking about earlier. A guy like this, you got to get the fastball down and the off-speed pitch up. There it goes.
Oh, no, wait a minute. We didn't want 2. We want 5.
5. He's gone 1. He's gone 5 twice and now 2 in the game. Just tells Kurt Suzuki the sequence of pitches. It's much simpler back in the day.
Much.
Second sign after 2 or.
Duggar at second, 1-1 to Dubon. That was the pitch to swing at right there, 1-2.
That's the slider. I said earlier in this game, you just can't get into a guessing game with Ohtani. But it's tough. You got to get the fastball down and you got to get the off-speed pitch up. So the zone looks, as a hitter, you feel like you've got to control that whole zone from your letters down to your ankles.
Suzuki sets that target. 1-2. Kind of backed up on him a little bit.
The backup slider.
Sometimes those can work.
Yes, they can. They catch the hitter off guard. You're not expecting it. You see the spin of slider and you're thinking it's going to go away from you. When it backs up, it just kind of floats back inside. You get a lot of strike 3, but he's got him set up. Went up in the zone with the second strike, and right there he goes backup slider. He's got him set up. He can go up in the zone again, or he can go down and away with that split finger. See where Suzuki sets up that target.
2-2. Dubon strikes out 97 miles an hour. Reach back velocity for Shohei Ohtani, and the Giants do not score.
Bay Area is brought to you by Toyota. With 10 hybrids to choose from, there's one for everyone. Toyota, let's go places. By Kelly Moore Paints, the Painter's Paint Store. And by Mercury Insurance. Get a quote at mercuryinsurance.com.
Great pitching matchup in Orange County. Not quite at the beach at the Big A. Not that far away, though.
15-20 minute drive inland. It depends on what time you go of the day.
Yeah, it can be a lot longer than that.
You go between 3 and 6 o'clock. That might take an hour.
Kevin Gausman to Taylor Ward leading off for the Angels, and he lines one to Crawford at short. That's 1 pitch, 1 out on the bottom of the 4th. Now a word from Toyota.
With 10 models to choose from, Toyota has more hybrids than any other brand. Now's your chance to get $1,000 cash back on Corolla Hybrid, or $750 cash back on the Venza Hybrid SUV, or choose $4,500 cash back on Prius Prime. Toyota, let's go places.
Dave Fleming, JT Snow, 0-0 ball game, bottom 4 with 1 out. And Jose Iglesias, who hit a ball well his first time up to the warning track in center field. He's an aggressive hitter. Shows a bunt this time. He's kind of developed a little power as his career has gone on. He's a fun guy to watch play. He's got a lot of energy.
He does, yeah. He's always moving around. Good pitch.
We don't see that one very often from Kevin Gausman. Kind of stealing a strike there with a breaking ball.
A little slider at the top of the zone that just dropped in. He only throws that slider about 7% of the time.
That's the one he uses most often.
Yep, that's a great job of pitching. Go slider up in the zone and you go splitter down and away. Working the entire strike zone. That's You know, DeSclafani last night and now Gausman today. You're getting a real insight. A couple guys that can really pitch. Not just throwers. They know what they're doing out there.
That one was hit to center field. He left that splitter up just a little bit, but Iglesias to Duggar, 2 down. Well, it seems to me they're kind of on an every other inning pattern here, these umpires, in the first few days of this pitcher check for illegal substances. Ohtani not taking it personally.
It's all good.
With a smile. It seems to me that almost all of those interactions are in that spirit. Two down and a fastball hit
except
by Suzuki foul.
Our good friend Sergio Romo last night.
Correct. Sergio was not quite as amicable about it.
Would expect nothing less from Sergio. That was outstanding.
Sergio, he likes to stir it up.
Yep.
He is never without an opinion.
And he's been around for a long time. He's like, really? He's had a great career. He's pitched much longer than probably anyone expected him, but you know, he's just got one of those rubber arms. He can just throw it.
It's amazing he's still going all these years later. We'll see him this weekend. 1-1 the count to Suzuki. He's been playing for a long while. He probably hadn't seen that many splitters quite like that, all the at-bats he's had.
Well, John and I were talking about earlier in the game. It's a pitch that was big. Watch this splitter right here. See the rotation? It just drops straight down off the table. It was big in the early 80s, late 80s, early 90s, and then it disappeared for a while because guys thought they were losing their fastball by throwing a lot of splitters, because it takes a toll on your arm. Your arm speed has to be that of a fastball.
Hard hit, but on the ground to Dubon, who throws out the Angels catcher. That's a 9-pitch inning, just what Kevin Gausman wanted. Now he'll get the check from the umps. Nothing through 4. For a Cadillac ultimate play, Wilmer Flores, let's spotlight him. On Sunday, he went deep twice in the same game for the first time in a Giants uniform. Very similar home runs. And then last night against the lefty Andrew Heaney made the first inning a very big inning with a booming home run. So 3 homers in the last 2 games for Wilmer Flores. Not in the lineup today. His hamstring a little tight. We didn't know it at the time last night, but that's why he came out of the game last night. The Giants have been pretty protective of that with him. He's popped up just a couple times this year.
Swinging the bat great for a big guy. Such a short, quick, compact swing with a lot of power. It's got a good one.
And the Giants, they're going to face 2 left-handers this weekend as long as the A's stay on schedule and do what we expect them to do. So the Giants want Wilmer to be available for those games. Mike Tauchman leading off here on the 5th takes ball 1, because Wilmer throughout his whole career, and it started to happen again, has just destroyed left-handed pitching. He's a great weapon against lefties.
And he's huge in that lineup. You throw a right-handed power bat in there and it changes up the lineup, and it changes up the way other teams are going to pitch you.
That's a strike on the outside to Tauchman, who right now could use something positive.
Yeah. He needs a little flair, a little off the end of the bat, a little jam shot. It's just hard because you're struggling like that. It seems like you're always behind in the count. Your bats go quick. Just need something positive to get it back on track.
Same spot, virtually 1-2.
It's like he's a little bit in between. You can see he starts offering. Once your hands start going like that with the bat, it just means you're a little in between and not sure, maybe not seeing the ball. And then when you're struggling, every pitch is on the corner, or it's just a tough pitch, and it's tough to pull yourself out of it. You just got to commit to hitting that fastball and just let it go.
Takes the fastball high, 98. So that's kind of what you were talking about, a little of that reach back velocity from Ohtani as this game has gone on.
Yeah, he's picked it up. That first inning couple, he was 94 tops, and now he's getting loose. Good look at Angel Stadium right there.
You never sat in those seats, though. 2-2 pitch got him swinging. So Tauchman's 0 for 2.
Giants fans are raving about their suite experience at Oracle Park. Get a private suite for upcoming A's, Cardinals, and Nationals games. Suites are available for as few as 8 guests, starting at $200 per person. Secure your suite at sfgiants.com/suite offers.
Some marquee games coming up. Chance to be here at the park in style.
That's about as good as it gets sitting up there.
It's pretty good.
Yep.
Mike Yastrzemski's third at bat against Shohei Ohtani. He got a little bit of a hanger there. Hit it foul for strike one. There's a chance, depending on how the rest of this inning goes, there's a chance this could be the final inning for Shohei Ohtani. Most pitches he's thrown 93 in a game. Only twice all year has he gone even over 90. And there are a bunch of 78, 75, 76 pitch outings for him.
So he'll be 75, or he has 75.
And you can understand why.
Yeah. It's taxing. I mean, you think about a pitcher, 75, your max effort every time you throw the ball. If he comes out of the game, they'll probably stick him in the outfield somewhere.
Yastrzemski, high drive to right field, and the Giants are on the board. It is 1-0. Tenth home run of the year for Yaz. The power bat has come to life for Yastrzemski, and that was a bomb.
Well, it's the one thing the Giants have done all year. They've been clutch at the right times, and I was just going to say, third time through the lineup, you've seen him twice, and now it's about hoping he makes a mistake, and he made a mistake right there. Taking a look at this pitch, right over the heart of the plate. That's that splitter. Watch it come tumbling out, 89 miles an hour. A great piece of hit and make the ball be up in the zone. And that one just didn't have a lot of bite and a lot of downward action. And Yaz doesn't miss it.
Now Ohtani misses way inside with the fastball to Alex Dickerson. You can hear Giants fans.
They just have seemed to do it all year long, and with the long ball. It's hard to explain, but it's just a great job of doing your homework as a hitter that third time through the lineup and hunting a certain pitch, probably sitting on that splitter.
Dickerson rips it down the right field line. So now the loud contact starting to come for the Giants offense. Alex Dickerson into second with a double. He's 3 for 3.
He's had 3 great at bats, 112 miles an hour exit velocity. That was a little slider down and in. Try to keep his head down, 2 hands on the bat, and just rifles it into the right field corner. And they're starting to come that third time through the lineup, and you got to believe that the Angels coaches are going to keep a close eye on Ohtani right now.
I would think there's a pretty good chance the bullpen's going to start to stir for the Angels. Buster Posey comes up for the third time. I think Buster's seeing Ohtani pretty well today. Does that count as stirring?
That is definitely. Any movement is stirring.
Okay. Pitch number 80 coming up for Ohtani. Way outside. Well, Buster Posey, help him advance, send him to the All-Star game. sfgiants.com/vote. Phase 1. We've gotten real technical with this All-Star voting in baseball now. Phase 1 voting ends Thursday, so then you pass some players on to the next round.
It's like the Sweet 16, I guess.
Just take a minute today and cast your vote. Tomorrow phase 1 ends. Then we'll remind you again over the weekend for phase 2. Ball 2 to Posey.
See, I remember as a kid going to games at Dodger Stadium, and we would get a stack of the All-Star ballots, sit there all game and just punch our favorite players and stuff the ballot box. Uh-oh.
So the pitching coach plus the interpreter is going to come out. It is a Nextiva Mound meeting. When you need business communications for the office, the home office, and everywhere in between, choose Nextiva.
Just probably going out to give him a little bit of a break, maybe rushing a little bit after a home run by Yastrzemski and then a double by Dickerson. Let's give him a little breather. A little timeout. Giants have done a good job in this inning of hitting a couple of mistakes.
And I think you just have to view everything with Ohtani with the context of this is a guy who's playing every day. He's in the lineup today, even on the day where he's the starting pitcher. So 81 pitches in terms of energy, stamina, stuff. It's just a different number than a normal starting pitcher.
Buster can get real selective right here. 2-0 count, sit on a fastball and let it go. Good take.
3-0. Buster has always been a hitter willing to swing 3-0 if he gets the pitch he likes.
Some guys can do it and some guys can't, and the coaches know that, and they know who to give the green light to and who not. Ooh,
very friendly call.
We were talking about that's the pitch on the righties that Addington gives, and on the lefties he has a hard time calling that pitch for whatever reason. He probably gets a good view. Take a look right here. Off the plate away at 93, just misses.
3-1. That one definitely ball four. So Posey walks for the second time. Ohtani struck out Tauchman to start the inning. Yastrzemski has homered. Dickerson has doubled. Now Posey has walked. 2 on, 1 out. And Brandon Belt comes up for the third time. The phone's ringing.
I think this is an at bat for Brandon Belt. You go up looking to be aggressive real early in the count for that first or second pitch. Something up in the zone, keep the ball off the ground, stay out of the double play, and try and drive something into left center right here. But a home run, a double, and now a walk. Guys in scoring position this part of the game, I look to be real aggressive early in the count.
Belt has been early in the count in this game. He swung right through the fastball.
That's what you got to do, though. Stay with it. Stay on that fastball.
Brandon Crawford, who's had really good at bats, is on deck. Crawford's hit the ball hard twice. Belt hits that one to left field. Ward chasing. It's going to drop foul. Wow, that was pretty close.
Real close. Thought Ward might try and lay out and steal an out there. It's not a bad try though by Belt. I know what he's trying to do. He's trying to think left center, keep the ball off the ground, keep it in the air, and you can be a little late with that swing and let that ball travel, get a little deep on you. Now you just got to go into battle mode.
Claudio getting loose, maybe for Crawford on deck. 0-2 to Belt. He just got a piece. How about this note from Sarah Lang? Sarah Lang, who works for MLB. I think it's okay to say that Sarah's a Giants fan. Great researcher and content producer for MLB and some other places. Alex Dickerson, you see him in the foreground at second base, the first player to have 3 hits in a game against Shohei Ohtani.
Nice.
Ever in Ohtani's career. He's never given up 3 hits to the same player in one game until today. 0-2. And Belt was a little out in front. I think that's pretty cool.
That's pretty amazing.
I mean, Ohtani, it's not like he's been around for that long. It's not like he's made a ton of starts, but still. Alex Dickerson, great to have him back off the injured list and swinging the bat well.
Pretty amazing, right? He was down in Sacramento last weekend getting some rehab at bats, and now he's in the big leagues getting three hits off Ohtani.
He did not face Ohtani in AAA.
He did not.
Belt had a good cut there. 99 miles an hour.
Well, you see what the Angels are trying to do. They're just trying to attack Brandon Belt, even with 2 strikes. Ohtani not wasting any time, not throwing any balls out of the zone. They are going right at him. Joe Madden looking at potential matchups. Claudio down there, maybe Crawford. See how this at bat ends up. 89 pitches now for Ohtani here in the 5th.
Belt laid off.
Good take. It's a good 0-2 pitch. Sometimes guys just throw it high and away, and it's an easy take for a hitter, but now you've got him set up. You can go back. Number 2.
Going to change up that sequencing again.
You got Belt set up. You can go with that splitter. And Ohtani's thrown a couple good ones to the left. He's down and away, where it just floats down and away, or threw him a high fastball. You could go back in hard on the hands to try and jam him for a ground ball.
1-2. He got him with the fastball at 99 miles an hour.
That's just a hard pitch to hit up in the zone like that. When you got 2 strikes, you expand the zone, but take another look. I talked about you could go in on him to try and jam him, and he just throws it by him right under the letters. It's a big out.
Well, and it does earn Ohtani the right to face Crawford. I think the Giants, Brandon Crawford, lined out a bullet to right field his first time up, hit one to deep left field his second time up.
Could be the at bat of the game so far right here. See how this plays out.
Crawford went around.
He was sitting on that splitter.
Just a strike.
That's it. Got 2 more to work with.
1 run in on the Yastrzemski home run. 2 on, 2 out. Crawford threw the fastball. He's leaning on that fastball now.
And it's interesting because that first swing, I guarantee you, Kurt Suzuki, who's crafty back there, veteran catcher, he could tell by Crawford's swing that he's sitting on that splitter. So what does he do? Comes right back with a fastball again, and Craw's a little late. Now you take a little swing out. 25th pitch of the inning. Just try and put this thing in place. Sit on that fastball still and adjust to that splitter.
He got the splitter in the dirt. Suzuki's going to pick it up and throw to first. That was some great pitching by Shohei Ohtani to limit the damage, but damage done by that man. Mike Yastrzemski, his 10th home run of the year. The Giants 110th of the season, and it puts them ahead 1-0.
Giants baseball on NBC Sports Bay Area is brought to you by the Center at Sierra Health Foundation.
All right, Coors Light beating the pressure in Major League history since 1900. Teams to lead the majors in shutouts pitched and home runs hit in the same season. It has not happened very often, and you got to go back a long way. The last team that did it, the 1978 Brewers. The Giants right now have pitched 10 shutouts and hit 110 home runs, most in the big leagues on both sides.
Well, that's a recipe for success.
I would
and winning, right? 78 was that. Remember the Harvey Wallbangers? Remember the Brewers teams?
That would be like the
before
early stages, of that sort of group.
Gorman
of Brewers.
Thomas and Ben Ogilvy and Robin Yount.
Yeah,
remember those guys?
Exactly. Sort of peaked that Brewers team. They made the World Series in 1982.
That's when it was. That's a pretty cool stat they just put up.
It goes to show you this Giants team doing a lot of things at a very high level. Strike one to Juan Lagares. 8-9-1 coming up here for the Angels.
You know, and I've always thought, looking back on some of the teams that I played on, when you just don't count on a few guys, right? It's somebody different every day, and that's a sign of a great team, and that's a sign of a team that can go far and do some damage. It's somebody different every day.
Splitter, strike 2 swinging.
Because the offense is going to ebb and flow. You're going to have highs and lows. The pitching has been so consistent, and the Giants have been catching the ball on defense, and The hitting will, you know, it's impossible to have 9 guys in your lineup hot, or 8 guys at the same. You want 3 guys, maybe 3 or 4 guys swinging the bat well. And then it doesn't put pressure on you offensively, because if you don't get the job done, if Crawford has an off day, or Yastrzemski, you know, Belt will pick him up, or Dubon with a big hit, or Buster. Duggar will have a good game. That's a sign of a good team.
2-2. Splitter. Got him to chase. Strike 3.
Welcome home, Yaz bobblehead. Add to your bobblehead collection this Saturday when the Giants host the Oakland A's during Welcome Home Weekend. The first 15,000 fans will receive a Mike Yastrzemski bobblehead presented by Bank of America. Get tickets to Welcome Home Weekend and all Giants home games at sfgiants.com/tickets.
So see that bobblehead, he showed a quick glimpse of kind of what it looks like. If it were me getting that bobblehead, I would be picturing the grand slam he hit a week ago against the Diamondbacks as sort of the follow through. I mean, I think that's a good vision of Yastrzemski with that swing.
Yep. I was watching that game and I loved it after the interview. I'm not sure who was doing it, but he was great. He says, I don't know that I've had a grand slam at any level. Like, I can't remember.
And
pretty good stuff.
It turned out to be true. I think everybody checked. Fletcher chops it to short. Crawford charged it. 2 down. I think the last Mike Yastrzemski grand slam had come in the Cape Cod League, maybe. College wood bat summer league. Never had one in the minor leagues, and had not had one in the big leagues until Tuesday night.
Trailed 7-0 in that game, didn't they?
Giants were down 7-0 in the second inning. Came back and won.
I was watching that game at home. I almost turned it off, but I didn't.
Got to hang in there with this Giants team.
Yep, you got to do it.
2 down for Rengifo. Ohtani is on deck. Now, it's not a certainty that his pitching day is over, but it sure feels like it. He's already reached his season high pitches thrown, only 5 innings, high pressure innings, warm day. But this is where the Angels have to sort of plot things out with Ohtani not using the DH. So we might see Joe Madden get creative here. We'll see. 2-0 to Rengifo.
Well, Gausman wants to bear down and get Rengifo right here. He doesn't want to face Ohtani.
For sure.
He would be that go-ahead run at the plate. 23 home runs and 54 RBI in the year. So see if he can battle back here down on the count 2-0. This is a big out for him.
Good pitch. That's a strike. I don't know the bullpen right now. Nobody's throwing. I don't know if that means that Claudio is all warmed up, ready to go, or if Ohtani's now going to come back and at least face one hitter. I don't know. I was pretty sure Ohtani was done pitching. Maybe I'm wrong. Rengifo hit that one fairly well, and it's carrying all the way back, and Yastrzemski watches it go. Wow. Rengifo skies one out of here to tie the game.
You know, I thought when Gausman threw this pitch, it was a pretty good pitch up and in, and I didn't think Rengifo got enough of it. It was almost like it jammed him, but I think the launch angle. Watch this pitch. You're trying to come in. Oh, he got the barrel on it. Gets that foot down. The hands are back. Look at the head stay behind the baseball. Yastrzemski battling the sun. We talked about that sun at Angel Stadium. Sits right over the top of the stadium. Gets it in the first row, and I talked about that was a huge at bat in this game. I thought he'd got it watching it at live speed. I thought he got it in a little bit more on him, but kind of just ran out over the plate, and he got the barrel on it in a tie ball game.
So now Ohtani hits here in the 5th, and he takes a splitter for ball 1. Ohtani's 0 for 2 today. That one surprised, I think, just about everybody.
Yeah. I was watching the way Yastrzemski was tracking it when it was first hit, and it was like he had a beat on it. I think he just kept carrying. All about the launch angle.
He definitely hit it high. He launched it.
Good pitch.
Strike one to Ohtani. Ohtani pops that one up. We'll see. Buster's coming over. That one's going to make it to the seats, though.
Just baseball is so hard, and it's weird at times. Felt like Gausman was just cruising along, right? Hadn't given up a hit since the 3rd inning. To Rendon back in the 3rd. Falls behind 2-0. Got that 2-0 strike up in the zone, and then just didn't quite get that pitch where he needed to get it.
Only the 7th home run he's allowed all year. 1-2 to Ohtani. Here it comes. Took the splitter.
It's a good pitch right there. Made him think about it. You can double up and go back with that. Could try and bust him in with a fastball right under the hands. You want to throw your best pitch right here. 2-2. Throw your strikeout pitch with nobody on base.
He threw it, and he got Ohtani to chase. What a nasty pitch that was. But Rengifo with one swing has tied the game. We go to the 6th. It's 1-1.
Area is brought to you by WebEx. The future of work is hybrid. WebEx by Cisco.
Well, celebrate a full return to Oracle Park with Welcome Home Fireworks. That's just a couple days from now. This Friday, the A's will be at Oracle Park with the fireworks show to follow the game. And Bart's going to add a train to allow fans to watch the fireworks 30 minutes after the game. It'll leave from the Embarcadero station, so you can take public transit to get to San Francisco, still get home afterwards. Giants in the A's first game since 2019 where we'll have the full capacity ballpark. First place Giants team. That sounds like a good night to me.
Yes, it does.
Weather's supposed to be spectacular all weekend long.
I've been doing some of the River Cats' games this year, and every Saturday night they have the fireworks after the game, and they just open it up to full capacity. So last Saturday night we had about 10,000 there. It was pretty good stuff.
Ohtani stays in the game. Donovan Solano first pitch swinging to right field, but not quite enough. Rengifo for out number 1. The way Ohtani reacted to that swing, I thought it had a chance to get out.
I think Joe Madden and the Angels coaching staff are going to keep a really close eye on Ohtani right now. Here in the 6th inning, 95 pitches. About at the top of his zone, top maxed out.
Yeah, this is the most he has thrown in any one game this year. Not by a lot, but still he's already over his season high. Ball 1 to Steven Duggar.
Ohtani I saw he committed to the home run derby for the All-Star game, so that's going to be fun to watch. That takes a lot out of you, swinging max effort every time. So
at Coors Field,
oh, somebody might hit 100.
I mean,
they may not make an out. They may.
Pete Alonso's going to do it. We were talking about it at home. And I said to my kids, oh, Ohtani's gonna do the home run derby, and it's at Coors Field. And one of them said, well, they should do it at Coors Field every year.
Exactly.
I mean, it's the perfect home run derby venue.
I just hope they have enough baseballs.
There will be a lot of home runs hit.
That'll be fun to watch. You're going to feel bad if you don't hit a home run.
3-0 to Duggar. Ohtani looking like he's getting near the end of the line.
I remember when that park first opened up and we took BP there after 2 days, and Murph was traveling with us, and he thought we were throwing balls in the stands and signing balls to give them to fans, and we said no, they're just going in the seats. We lost 2/3 of the balls after the second day of BP. He had to get more balls.
Duggar swings away 3-0. Hits a little dribbler. Suzuki throws him out. Well, when you swing 3-0, you're looking for something a little different than that.
That's a tough at bat, 3-0, especially in a 1-1 game. You want base runners. Take another look at the pitch. Just tops it right in front of the plate. Suzuki does a nice job. Gets the mask off. Circles it. I like how he didn't take the ball and pat the glove. You see a lot of guys pat the glove. He just turns and fires. That's a tough at bat when you're up 3-0, especially the way Duggar runs.
So 2 down for Mauricio Dubon. Pitch number 100 coming up for Ohtani. First time he's reached this threshold all year. Those were pre-humidor days. Those first days you went. I mean, at Coors Field now, it still plays like a just an unbelievable home. The best hitting ballpark by far in baseball. For young fans who weren't around, it's hard to imagine pre-humidor.
The ball would fly.
It was insane. Ohtani trying to dig deep here.
Back in the day, they were trying everything with their pitchers. Remember, the starters, we're going to get sinker ballers. We're going to get guys that throw ground balls. We're going to. Hard to figure out. We're going to get hard throwers that throw 95 plus. We're going to get junk ballers. They tried everything.
They have a pretty good pitching staff right now. Now, again, the humidor's in play, but their pitchers are better than they've ever been at Coors Field. Now they can't win on the road.
Right.
Dubon takes that one. It's hard to build a team at a mile above sea level. Dubon has struck out twice today against Ohtani. 2-2. Way outside.
Well, Angels bullpen is up, ready to go. This will be interesting if he does not throw a strike here, or if Dubon does not make an out, what they do. If I'm Dubon, I know that as a hitter, I'm looking fastball. He doesn't want to walk me. He's going to give me his best strike right here. Be ready for that fastball. There it is.
It was a fastball. It was right down the middle, and he struck him out anyway. Great pitching performance today from Ohtani. Middle of the 6th. It's 1-1.
Cam at Angel Stadium is the Backstop Robo, located behind home plate. The Backstop robotic camera provides great shots of the playing field and gives viewers a view from the box seats. And as Mike Kruka would say, I want one of those. I hope Kruka's watching, and I want one of those.
I can guarantee you he is watching. Anthony Rendon against Kevin Gausman. 1-1 game, bottom 6.
And Kipe as well.
I can guarantee you Kipe is watching.
I miss those guys, as they always say, right? When they show a former player, or a player comes in. Well, I'm returning the favor, and I miss those guys.
I'm sure they're taking notes. I'll have a full list of things you and I can do better. They watch with a critical eye.
I'm not listening.
Rendon's been on base twice against Gausman. Well, this is a big part of the game. This is the heart of the order, third time through for the Angels. Tie game. Shohei Ohtani, man, did he work hard to get through 6 innings on the mound today.
He's an athlete. He's got good stuff, and yeah, that was a great start. Just gave up the solo shot to Yaz. 5th inning. He's quite an athlete.
Fastball was pretty explosive at the end of a 100+ pitch outing. Another splitter, and Rendon did well just to get a piece of it.
The thing you'd like to see from a pitcher is his velocity got better as the game went on.
Nobody right now is more captivating in baseball than that guy.
I was just going to say, Gausman's got a couple pitches to play with here. Rendon, very disciplined hitter. Good pitch.
He used that splitter for his 8th strikeout of the game. Now a word from Cal Hope.
Where can you find hope? Hope that will help you manage the stress and anxiety brought on by COVID-19? Hope lives here at Cal Hope. Call the Warm Line at 833-317-HOPE and visit calhope.org.
One out in the bottom of the 6th of a tie game. A solo home run on each side. Yastrzemski for the Giants. Rengifo for the Angels. Jared Walsh, who's got the power to hit one over the wall.
It's a big at bat here. You have to be careful with this guy. You got to keep that ball down in the zone. You got Gausman for 8 strikeouts and all swinging. I mean, that's pretty impressive when a guy strikes out 8 big league hitters and they're all on swings. Swing and miss stuff. That splitter has been dialed in.
This is a stuff game on both sides.
We need one of these every now and then, right? You need a pitcher's duel, 1-1 game. Guys striking out guys. Ohtani had 9 strikeouts.
All but one was a swinging strikeout.
How about that? Just be smart here. 0-2. You know, Walsh can leave the yard. 18 home runs and 51 RBI on the year. A couple pitches to play with.
Fastball
off the plate. Now you got him set up. Throw that splitter down and in. Throw it to the front of the plate. Take a little bit of velocity off. What you want to do here is try and get Walsh's hand started. Get him out on that front foot. You can do that by throwing that splitter and just taking a little bit more velocity off.
He did. And he got the ground ball. 2 down. Doesn't always have to be a strikeout pitch.
Yeah, that's what pitching's all about. A lot of times we see the guys now throwing, a lot of guys throwing hard, but a lot of guys are throwers, and we've seen a couple pitchers the last couple nights. Last night and today, DeSclafani, now Gausman. Fun to watch. Kind of old school.
Two of them together have formed quite a 1-2 punch for the Giants. I know wins and losses. Look, we're sort of beyond that in baseball where we're judging pitchers just based on wins and losses. But those two are 16-3 together. And the Giants team record when those guys have pitched is outstanding.
So we need to get your friend at MLB to come up with some numbers on 2 Giants starters, the 2 best at the All-Star break.
Yeah, Sarah Lang, she could do that for us for sure.
Let's go, Sarah.
Old Squibber and Gausman. Nice catch. He is a good athlete out there. A 1-2-3 inning. John will come back and join JT on the television side of the broadcast. At 1-1 game, we go to the 7th.
Our game summary is brought to you by Toyota. Take a look at some numbers, and it's really a mirror image. Kevin Gausman and Shohei Ohtani know what it's like to face themselves. 6 innings. Gausman just 4 hits. 85 pitches to 105. And both teams with just a solo home run. Yastrzemski and Rengifo. But, man, what a pretty clean game. Throwing strikes, getting outs, and each team with a solo shot. A new pitcher for the Angels, Mike Myers, on 35th time this year, 1-3 with a .464.
Mike Chalkman leads off against him. And a fastball at 95 miles an hour, a swinging strike. John Miller back with you, JT. Dave Fleming having returned down the hall to the radio booth. And it's been a pitcher's matchup that has sort of lived up to the expectations.
Absolutely.
And there's a high fastball called a strike. When it's time for a change, think Speedy. Oil change and auto service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and smog experts as the Angels make the pitching change. Ohtani with his highest pitch count of the year. And the high fastball foul tipped into the glove. Strike 3. That's 3 straight times that Ohtani, or rather Tauchman, has struck out 2 against Ohtani. So here now is Yastrzemski. And it was Yaz who hit the home run. 414 feet was the estimate. Down the right field line. Into what used to be when you played there, JT, that was the bullpen, right?
That was it, yeah.
Down the right field line.
Bullpen was down there under the stands.
Yaz takes the high fastball from Myers. Well, he's just pumping gas up there, isn't he?
It's coming right at the guys. That's what you want out of guys coming out of the bullpen. You want to come in out of that bullpen throwing strikes. Got a 1-run game. No free base runners. Pump that strike zone.
Well, that was even higher, and Yaz pops it up. And it is the second baseman, Fletcher, who came in. And I think Iglesias was having a hard time seeing it.
Go back to that.
Out number 2.
Go back to that first inning when he didn't see it off the bat either.
So here now is Dickerson. Dickerson, the first player since Ohtani's been in the big leagues to have a 3-hit game against him. 2 singles and a double. And he lays off the high fastball.
Myers mainly a fastball slider guy, likes to elevate that ball at the top of the zone. 4-seam fastball. And that's where he gets most of his strikeouts, up in the zone. Guys have a hard time catching up. So you know that as a hitter, you got to lower your sights, look down in the zone, down by the knees, and attack that fastball if he gives it to you down there like that. Also throws a little slider. He can cut that fastball as well.
And blew that one right by him on the inner third of the plate. We haven't seen much of that today. Swinging and missing from Dickerson.
I love facing guys like this that come out of the bullpen just pumping fastballs. It's just good old hardball. Here it is. See if you can hit it. Going up in the zone. That's where he strikes guys out.
3 up, 3 down, 2 strikeouts. 7-inning stretch now, brought to you by Ford and the fully electric F-150 Lightning. Let's take a look at it. 7-inning stretch was brought to you by the Ford Motor Company. Built Ford proud. Angel pitcher Mike Myers had an inspection from the umpires after he finished the 7th inning. And it looked like he had to do a little bit of explaining.
Yeah, he's pointing in his. I think he's saying, you know, maybe I put a little gel in my hair when I leave the house and come to the ballpark. But he also has a crew cut, so I don't know why he'd put gel in his hair. Saying maybe I.
Well,
I don't know.
Whatever it was that he explained, they seemed to buy it.
He got away with it.
Here is Gausman. And a fastball for a called strike to Jose Iglesias, who has swung the bat pretty well against him today. He hit a fly ball deep to center for an out. Then another fly ball to center in the 4th inning. Not so deep. 0 for 2. Suzuki on deck. 1-1 the score. Fastball. Ooh, now that was a beauty and called a ball.
I think this is a big inning for Gausman. 7th inning, you got 6, 7, and 8. You don't want to turn that lineup over. Come out, get that first out of the inning, get through this 7th inning without facing the guys at the top of the order.
Chopper. Crawford, hurried throw in time. Close play, and just beautifully done by Crawford from shallow center field.
Yeah, that was a great play. Took a great angle, and the thing I loved was a transition. Didn't really get his feet set under him. Watch this where he's playing. Takes a great angle, goes right at the umpire. Hard to get his feet set. Great transition from the glove to the bare hand. See him get his feet. Let's see here.
Yeah, got him by an inch.
I think he's out. You could tell he didn't even have a really good grip on it. Such a great play. Covered so much territory right there with his range.
That ball was hit hard by Iglesias.
Yep.
As that one goes to the backstop against Suzuki. It was 105 miles an hour off the bat, and with those big bounces.
Yeah, I think that's one of the reasons they had a chance to get him, because it was hit so hard. And Crawford knows that as a shortstop. You read the ball off the bat, you read the speed. Iglesias runs well, so we know he didn't have a lot of time, but had just enough.
The splitter, bounce foul, 1-1. Suzuki has struck out and grounded out to third. Brandon Crawford, he's just been so good for so long at shortstop, and right now he's on the outside looking in. The top 3 vote getters at each position will move on to the next round of voting. Tomorrow's the last day, and he's in 4th place among shortstops. The guy in front of him has not played in almost 6 weeks. Corey Seager, he's hurt.
Well, let's go, Giants fans. I think the Dodger fans are outvoting us. There's no reason Brandon Crawford should not be in the All-Star game, and he keeps up his offense at this pace this year. He's going to win himself another Gold Glove. A lot of times it's kind of crazy, but to win the Gold Glove, you have to put up good offensive numbers so that people take notice.
Crawford already with his 2nd best home run year of his career. Splitter is low, 2-2. He has hit 16 home runs. He had one year, about 6 years ago, he hit 21 homers, but never as many as 16 in any other year until now. And his defense has been superb. Of course, the defense has been a key for the Giants, part of their success as a team.
Got to have an anchor up the middle at shortstop or second base.
That ball was kind of a hanger. Looked like a slider that might have hung, but
just
he was way out front of it.
Backup slider that ran in on him.
Giants fan got the ball. Looked like he was trying to find a young fan to give it to.
Slider just hung right on that inner half of the plate. Suzuki a little early, and he knows it. You know it as a hitter when you just release that barrel, that bat a little too soon.
2-2 the count. Fastball, but right up the middle was where Solano was playing him. So the overshift, perfect.
Smart pitching. If you go back and look at that pitch, it was right down the middle, but you know you have your second baseman playing right up the middle behind second base. And if you're going to shift, that's how you do it. You pitch to the defense. It's an easy game, John. Right? Throw it there every time and let him hit it right to your defense.
94 pitches in the game thrown by Gausman. 8 strikeouts, 1 walk. But it's a 1-1 tie. Here is Juan Lagares, who's had a bunt hit and has struck out. Strike 1.
Still throwing hard at 95. 95th pitch for Gausman here with 2 out in the 7th.
Angel Stadium. A ball and a strike now to Lagares. The only run for the Angels was on a home run, but one of the least likely guys to be that guy.
The leadoff
is
guy.
The one who hit it.
Yeah.
Rengifo. Fastball right down the middle for a called strike 2.
How about the 2 leadoff hitters have solo home runs?
Yastrzemski would be one that you'd say, okay.
Yep.
I would say that he would hit some home runs, but Rengifo, not so much. Although he got 2 homers now in about 36 at bats, which is not too bad for that small number of at bats. He just hadn't had many other hits.
Right.
He came into the game hitting only 176 and had struck out his first 2 at bats against Gausman.
Tell Gausman's really trying to get through this inning, and this batter had the count 1-2. You got a couple pitches to play with, but he wants to get an out right here on this pitch.
But Lagares fights it off. So he's making him work here.
There's 2 pretty good outfielders, Bonds and Trout. Third one. Really? That'd be a pretty good outfield, huh?
That'd be an all-star team.
Bonds, Trout, Willie Mays. I might take those guys. 2 of them are retired and one of them's on the DL. Good pitch.
Strikeout number 9 for Gausman. And we go to the 8th inning now. Posey, Belt, Brandon Crawford coming up. It's tied.
The Home Depot getting more done. Let's check out the Giants' first fastballs this year, ranking in the major leagues. Second in batting average on the fastball, 280. Second in on base percentage at 370. Second in slugging percentage, 516. And first in on base plus slugging.
The OPS.
That's it. OPS.
Buster Posey with a count of 0-1. Buster's had 2 walks, and in between times he hit a high fly ball to center. Facing Mike Myers, his 2nd inning. Ooh, close one. Called a ball.
Well, you throw 4 of those offensive stats up there along with some quality starting pitching, and that's the reason why the Giants are in first place in the NL West right now, and Dodgers and Padres trying to catch them.
Off the outside again. 2-1. Now both bullpens are busy for the Giants. Tyler Rogers, and that begs the question, is the day done for Gausman? He's thrown 100 pitches in 7 innings, 9 strikeouts, 1 walk. He's only allowed 4 hits.
Good slider.
Tight, hard slider. 2-2 the count. Brandon Belt on deck, and then Brandon Crawford due up 3rd in the inning.
I think when you get in games like this, you get late in the game, I always look for some turning point, some play on defense, maybe a walk, a hit by pitch, like an error on defense that can allow that run to get in. And now becomes a concentration game.
And the swinging strike 3, a 97-mile-an-hour fastball. You saw the very defensive swing there by Buster.
Yeah, it looked like he might have been looking for something else, maybe guessing a little bit with 2 strikes, and he throws that fastball we talked about. That's where his strikeout pitch is, up in the zone with that fastball.
So 1 out, and now Belt, who is 0 for 3. He's been hot lately, but today 2 strikeouts, and he hit a ground ball into the defense in between, and the slider misses for ball 1. So Belt, he got that bunt single and an RBI last night in his first at bat, and he's gone 0 for 6 since then. This after being really hot the last couple of weeks. The Angels have the overshift on against him, although they are protecting against the bunt. And it's 1-1. The Angels closer, Raisel Iglesias, is warming up in the Angel bullpen. One to 1 the score. Belt shows bunt and takes it down and in. 2-1. There's nobody at shortstop right now for the Angels, but Rendon staying in the vicinity of third base as you see Iglesias starting to throw in the Angel bullpen. And in the background there on the left, there's Tyler Rogers up in the Giants bullpen. The bullpen's terraced out in left field at Angel Stadium.
Big pitch here. Either goes 2-2 or 3-1. Get selective if you're Brandon Belt. That's probably a ball.
High fastball. And he did not get it. 2-2.
You know that Myers likes to throw at the top of the zone with that fastball for a strikeout pitch. You got to lower your sights. Try and get something below your hands. Now with 2 strikes, give in a little bit on your swing and try and put this in play somewhere. Hit it hard.
There's a bunt, and that is going to be a base hit. Well, it was almost as if he decided my odds of putting the ball in play against this guy are not good. So that's the way I'm going to put the ball in play.
With 2 strikes. No less. Take another look at this. This takes some guts right here, but look at the left side of that infield. I mean,
Rendon was at shortstop.
Yeah, why wouldn't you?
Well, that's his second bunt hit of this series.
I love it. I think it's great.
So now with 1 out, the Giants have a base runner, and here is their home run and RBI leader for the year, Brandon Crawford. And Crawford looks kind of disgusted. I think that was one he wanted to do damage on, but just a pop up, and Rengifo calling off Fletcher makes the grab, and just like that, Crawford is out and is 0 for 4 today. Hit a couple of balls hard earlier on in this game. A liner to right and a deep fly ball to left. And I mean, he's done so much damage on pitches on that inner half of the plate this year.
Well, you could tell by his body language he wanted that pitch back, and it was just a little bit up in the zone, and he was a little bit late getting to it.
So now Solano, and he's hit 2 balls hard today, 1 for a single and 1 a line out to the right fielder. And that slider at 88 miles an hour for a strike. 1-1 here in the 8th inning. Giants have 7 hits for the game. The Angels have 4. But it does seem that Gausman's going to be out of the game now with Tyler Rogers heating up in the bullpen. Base hit to right field. Belt is going to try for third. Rengifo throwing, and it goes by Rendon. Belt's heading home. Rendon throws home, and he is out by plenty.
Belt's hurt.
And he's hurt.
I told you, John, late in the game like this, it gets to be concentration, and a freaky play or a miscue oftentimes wins games like this. And Belt had the right idea of going home, but that ball caromed right off the dugout, right back to Rendon. I'm not sure what happened. They're looking at his knee.
Dave Greshner is out, along with Anthony Reyes. We'll come back with a score 1-1. Giants 1, Angels 1, and let's go back and watch Brandon Belt running the bases on this base hit by Donovan Solano. That's Belt at first base.
Yep, through the hole. He knows right here he's going first to third all the way. Looks pretty good right there, but something happened right about here. I think he steps on the bag awkwardly, doesn't slide. I think about halfway to home plate, he felt something. It looked like they were looking at his knee, his right knee. And he could have just got caught up in his steps. He chopped his steps right here going into the bag. Doesn't look like anything. I don't know.
Now, when he's heading for third, and he's got Ron Wotus there telling him what's going on. You see Rengifo's throw.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he didn't slide. The ball looked like it caromed off him or just missed him. Does the ball hit him coming in?
Oh, it did.
Yeah.
It hit him.
Hits him right by his batting gloves. And I think he just took an awkward step.
You wonder I mean, he might have had it in his mind to slide right up to that moment where he got hit.
Yeah, he might have been thinking about going down the slide. He feels the ball hit him and carry him off, but in that situation, I'm not sure why you wouldn't go into third and just hit the deck and slide.
So Tyler Rogers comes in to pitch for the Giants in relief of Kevin Gausman in a 1-1 game. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and smog experts.
Well, there's a look at Rogers, 6'3", 182-pounder, Denver, Colorado, on for the 35th time. It's an unfortunate play for the Giants. We hope he's okay.
Darren Ruff comes in to play first base in place of Brandon Belt. And for the Angels, the 9th place hitter, David Fletcher, to lead off. And he's got a base hit into the gap in right center. Yastrzemski cuts it off, and he will hold Fletcher to a single. Beautifully done by Yaz, because that's the last thing they want to see is an extra base hit in a 1-1 tie in the 8th inning.
Yeah, great job of cutting that ball off. Look at the angle he takes. Fletcher takes this ball up in the zone, flat swing, and just shoots it to right center. Watch the angle that Yaz takes. Pretty good angle. He knows he's got to catch it, wheel around, and get that ball to second base as soon as he can. Pretty good play all around. Good piece of hitting. Good piece of defensive play right there. And now you got Rengifo up, who had a home run in the 5th. He's going to switch over to the left side.
And the sinker called a strike in the outside. Now the Ohtani, the Angels starting pitcher, was hitting second. So when Myers came in, then he took over in the second spot. And the Angels have 3 right-handed hitters available on their bench. So one of those is out on deck. The bunt. Buster. And Rengifo is retired, but that moves Fletcher to second.
Tell you what, that was a pretty good bunt. I'm not sure how he got that ball down. Rogers comes up and in. Don't see a whole lot of bunting these days, but look where this pitch is. Right up, right at his hand, drops his head. He gets the bat out front, in front of the batter's box. See how the bat's out in front of the plate? Gives you a better angle.
Didn't that look like it hit him in the knee?
It might have hit him in the front knee.
I think it hit him in the knee.
I think they need to check this. I mean, his head was down. He didn't even see.
Well, Gabe Kapler did come out, and they might have gotten a heads up from the video room.
They got to look at this one.
So the umpires are going to talk it over first. Did anybody see that ball hit the knee of Rengifo?
It's actually hard to see when you got a white ball and you got a white uniform, the pant leg. Watch right above the knee. That hit him. See if his pant leg moves right above his knee. I don't know. From that angle, it doesn't look like it. The Giants are hoping that they say it did hit him.
So now Doug Eddings is going to come over to talk to Gabe Kapler, tell him what the consensus was.
I'm not sure if it did. It didn't look like his pant leg moved on that front knee, and the change of direction of the ball.
Well, his knee was bent, and the pant leg is
tight against the knee.
Yeah. I mean, he's telling them, hey, we got word from the clubhouse that you can see it hit the knee.
Right.
Well, if it hit his knee, he knows.
I was going to say, he's the only guy that knows the truth. His head was down. I still don't know how he got such a good bunt down. It's a good pitch by Rogers. You're taught you want to throw that high fastball and jam a guy when he squares around a bunt.
So here's Goslin, the pinch hitter for Myers. The possible go-ahead run in scoring position with one out. Rendon is on deck. And I guess that's not reviewable because it's a question of what was it, a fair or foul ball, and they ruled fair, but that's not reviewable.
Right. Exactly.
Which is weird to me as to why it would not be reviewable. Back to the screen, 1 ball and 1 strike. If it was a question of he didn't swing at it or bunt at it, it's a question of did it hit him or not.
Right.
That's reviewable.
That would be a good.
What's the difference?
Good play to review.
That is Fletcher, the possible go-ahead run in the 8th inning. Right to center fielder Steven Duggar. And Fletcher halfway has to return to second. 2 down. They're getting some pretty healthy cuts in against Tyler Rogers right now.
This is the big at bat right here. You got first base open. Rendon is such a disciplined hitter, not having a great year, off to a slow start, but Rogers features that 4-seam fastball, a little sinker, a little slider. 34 appearances this year, tied for 5th most in the majors. When you're hitting off a guy like Rogers, submariner, you want to make him get the ball up. You want to look for the ball up above your belt. Anything down at the thighs or the knees.
That's in there for a called strike to Anthony Rendon. Now, right-handed hitters have hit much better against Rogers than left-handed hitters, which you would think would be just the opposite.
Yeah, probably his release point. He can pound that outside part of the zone to the left-handed hitters.
0-1 the count to Rendon. And a foul.
It's a good job getting ahead. 0-2. He got a couple pitches to play with, man on second base, but Rendon is a disciplined hitter. He's got great strike zone command with that bat.
Right-handed hitters hitting over 300 against Rogers, as Iglesias, the closer, heats up in the bullpen. Left-handed hitters against Tyler Rogers have a batting average as a group of 113 against him.
This should be off the plate somewhere. This should not be a strike.
Check swing, and that was right down the middle of the plate on that rising slider. Not where he wanted it. Still 0-2.
Well, Rendon was a big-time sign for the Angels. Big free agent signing, and that's the reason they got him, is in these situations right here. Game on the line, man on second base. There you go.
Way off the outside.
It's a better 0-2 pitch. The first one got too much of the plate. Still have a couple pitches to play with. You got to go after him, though. You got the left-handed hitting Jared Walsh on deck. I'd be surprised if he just tries to nibble that outside corner. See if he can get Rendon to start those hands. There you go.
And he fights it off. Still 1 ball and 2 strikes to Anthony Rendon. Rendon had a couple of at-bats against Rogers in the past and got a base hit both times. Those were both last year in the short season. Still 2-2. And again, that rising slider way off the outside.
Rendon has very little stride. He has very little movement with his lower half, which gives him a good look at the baseball. Keeps his head still, and that's why he's able to control that strike zone like he does with the bat. really cuts down on that stride and tries to get a good look at the ball and just trust his hands. He's probably thinking somewhere the other way right here, over the second baseman's head, take him the other way. He's trying.
And the sinker right on the outside edge again, another foul ball. Fletcher led off the inning with a single. Rengifo bunted him to second, 1 out. And then Goslin lined out to center, so 2 down now. 2-2 the count. Yastrzemski into shallow right. Raisel Iglesias, the Angels closer, is coming in with Duggar, Dubon, and Tauchman due up for the Giants.
By Cisco, this is Greg Papa inviting you to join us right after the game for Toyota Post Game Live. George Contos will break down the split show between Kevin Gausman and Shohei Ohtani. And Dr. Rennell Brooks Moon, the PA voice of Oracle Park, will join us to get you ready for full capacity Friday night. And the Bay Bridge Series is back on. We'll see you right after the game.
All right, great. Thank you. 9th inning. And a pitching change for the Angels. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change tune-up and smog experts.
Look at Iglesias' numbers on the year, on for the 28th time. He has saved 12 of 15 games. Pretty good splits, 245 lefties and 228 righties. Fastball, slider, changeup guy. He gets a lot of strikeouts with that slider and that changeup. Hit that fastball when he gives it to you. 6'2", 190-pounder.
43 strikeouts in 29 1/3 innings. He has given up 7 home runs, though. About 1 every 4 innings pitched. That's not good. Right on the corner, 97 miles an hour. Steven Duggar has singled, grounded into a force play, and tapped one out in front of the plate. 98 miles an hour, which he fouled.
Yeah, he can get it up there. He's one of 5 closers with 100+ saves since the start of the 2017 season, so he can get it done.
Mauricio Dubon on deck. Ooh, taken by Duggar and called a ball.
Iglesias was acquired from Cincinnati on December 7th of 2020.
He's been struggling, as you can see there, of late. That ball is hammered to right, but Rengifo near the warning track. 1 away.
I think that ball just got a little bit in on Duggar's hands.
Well, we don't see it because we're here until they show it. But the crowd got excited, so I got excited. So 1 down. Here is Dubon. There are a lot of Giants fans in attendance at Angel Stadium today. Dubon has struck out 3 straight times, all of those against Ohtani. Ooh, got the hanger, but fouled back.
I got a little slider right down the heart of the plate. Struck out in the 2nd, 4th, and 6th, all swinging. Look at the Giants fans in the stands. Another one. See Iglesias drop down a little bit there. The first slider release point was a little more over the top. Came a little low 3/4 right there.
Tauchman is on deck. And that high 98-mile-an-hour fastball.
Got to make him get the ball down in the zone. He likes to climb that ladder, and as I said earlier, a lot of strikeouts on that slider and that changeup. Let me go with that slider to the right-handed hitters. Doesn't have to throw a strike right here. Try and get a chase. Ooh.
Strike 3 called.
Little 90-mile-an-hour two-seamer. Ball had some good late sink and good late run. Watch this pitch. Right at the bottom of the zone.
Now Tauchman. All of the Giants left-handed hitters in the starting lineup. So they only have right-handed hitters on the bench. 0-1. Tauchman, just like Dubon, has struck out every time he's gone up there today.
7 strikeouts in that 8-9 hole today.
0-2, 98 miles an hour on the inside, down around the knees. The Angels in their half of the ninth have Jared Walsh, their big home run hitter, scheduled to lead off, with McGee getting ready in the Giants bullpen. And that's all for Tauchman. Walsh, Ward, Iglesias due up. Last of the ninth. It's tied at 1.
Is presented by the authority of the San Francisco Giants and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the San Francisco Giants Baseball Club, LLC.
It's the last of the ninth inning, and a pitching change for the Giants. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and smog experts.
Jake McGee on for the 32nd time. 14 saves out of 16 opportunities. And Angels better get ready to hit that fastball. 29 in the third inning. Look at the strikeouts. 35 strikeouts, only 6 walks. It's going to come at you.
This was when McGee just came onto the field and they checked him. So McGee, the Angels closer, Iglesias, was checked after he dispatched the Giants on 12 pitches. So McGee checking his little card in the hat before he gets ready to face Jared Walsh, the left-handed hitter with power. Left-handed hitters are hitting 135 against McGee so far this year.
4-seam fastball and a slider. If you're lefty on lefty, you go up hunting that fastball. There you go.
Base hit, right center field. He's going to try for 2. Duggar's throw. Too late.
Great piece of hitting, lefty on lefty. I said you go up hunting that fastball. No reason to wait around. If you get that pitch, it's a good looking swing. Short, quick, head down. Right here, he knows he's going for 2. When the play's in front of you like that, that's your call. You just better make it.
So now Taylor Ward out of Fresno State. So you've got the right-handed hitter, but a whole string of right-handed hitters to follow. Is he going to bunt?
If you're on defense, you're not sure, you watch his hands on the bat. If his hands move up the barrel, you know to charge. That's what I always looked at if you weren't sure in a bunt situation. I always watch the hitter's hands on his bat. Doesn't look like, looks like Joe Maddon's going to let him hit. Got to get this ball to the right side of the infield and get that runner to third base with less than 2 outs.
High in the air, medium right. Tagging at second is Walsh, and he was not going anywhere. Well, he got it to the right side, but just kind of a shallow fly ball, not deep enough to get.
Yeah, he's shaking his head coming back. Yastrzemski gets behind it. Check out Walsh on second base. He knows right here. Not a great throw right there, but
now Iglesias. Iglesias has flied out deep to center, flied out to center again, and grounded out to the shortstop, with Crawford making an outstanding play to get him in the 7th. The outfield is straight up, and the infield is pretty much straight up. No shifting on. Ooh, the high hard one, 0-1.
Top of the zone at 96. You know, when you're facing a pitcher that just has 2 pitches, 4-seam fastball and slider, you sit fastball every pitch. If he throws you that slider as a right-handed hitter, it's just going to speed your barrel up, and you're going to pull it into left field.
Again, 96 on the inside corner, a foul off to the right, 0-2. Third base coach for the Angels is Brian Butterfield. There has not been a single hit by either team with a runner in scoring position in this game.
Brian Butterfield was my first manager in professional baseball. Oneonta, New York, in the New York Penn League.
And look where he is standing there.
Yep. He wants to get a look if the ball gets into the outfield to see the outfielders.
Ooh,
to see their
right down the middle at 98 and a foul.
He wants to see the angle of the outfielders. He's not even worried about the hitter. He's got his back to him. Coaching third down there. He wants to see. You can be able to tell by the sound of the ball off the bat and then the angle. Look at Butterfield, the third base coach, all the way down. Almost standing in front of the dugout.
Walsh at second, 1 out, and the strikeout.
Got him a chase. Pretty good 0-2 pitch off the plate. Got to be disciplined right there as a hitter, not chase that. Threw it right by him. Look how late the bat is. Not even close.
Now 2 down, and here is Kurt Suzuki, the veteran. And Suzuki, who's been around a long time, out of Wailuku, Hawaii, and then Cal State Fullerton.
The Titan. He's a Titan. Great career at Cal State Fullerton.
That's the man he's trying to get home. Walsh, a little bit too high, and he lays off that high fastball. Facing McGee. He's only had 2 at-bats in his career against McGee. So he's seen him before. Not a whole lot of experience against him. 2 down, runner at second. Hit high and very much foul into the second deck.
The only way you hit that pitch is if you're looking for it. Suzuki was zoning him in, middle in, fastball, and he got it. He had that in a previous at bat where he got that bat head out just a little too quick. That's the only way you can hit that pitch.
Suzuki has struck out and twice grounded out. So he's 0 for 3 in the game.
So you go fastball hard in right there. You can go something in the count 1-1. Counts in favor of the pitcher. Throw that fastball down and away. Change his eyesight.
Oh,
left it over the middle.
Left it right out. But he merely fouled it. A 1-2 count. 98 miles an hour. It kind of played into that, I guess, as well.
That's it. Playing some hardball. Doesn't have to throw him a strike right here. I would try and get him to chase.
Jared Walsh led off the inning with a double. He's still at second with 2 down.
Got to be ready to go. 2 strikes, 2 outs. That bat starts moving from that hitter. Jared Walsh is off.
1-2 pitch. Here it is. Left center field. And Duggar. We're heading into extra innings. That ball was hit hard, but Duggar was right there. 1-1, top of the order. Yastrzemski, Dickerson, and Posey coming up in the 10th. 1 as we move to the 10th inning. I'm John Miller with JT Snow. Dave Fleming was also with us as the Giants had the top of their batting order. The only run of the game for the Giants was authored by that man, Mike Yastrzemski, with a home run against Shohei Ohtani with 1 out in the 5th inning. The Giants are 0 for 5 with runners in scoring position. They've had some chances, but in these last 4 innings, the Giants have only had the 1 inning where they got anybody on base. That was when Belt bunted for a hit, and with 2 down, Solano got a base hit, and ultimately it resulted in Belt getting hurt and having to leave the game as he gets thrown out finally at the plate. So the Angels with the automatic runner at second, that is Tauchman. And Iglesias with the high fastball, and it's 0-1. Iglesias back for a 2nd inning of work.
Got to get this ball to the right side of the infield, get that runner to third with less than 2 outs.
And he changed up on him. 0-2. And of course, and we say this every time, but it bears repeating. When you're on the road, you almost have to get that guy home.
Yeah.
And if you're going to win the game, you like to do more than that.
Right.
But your chances of winning are very poor if you don't get him home at all. 0-2 the count.
Take a look at Yaz's home run in the 5th inning. Slider just beats that ball to the spot. Got plenty of barrel on it. Ohtani knew he made a mistake. Got it up in the zone. That little slider. Great swing of the bat. That's the only offense for the Giants all day.
And the high fastball at 97, but he went up and was able to fight it off. Alex Dickerson, who's had 3 hits in this game, on deck.
You made a good point, John. You always play for the win if you're the visiting team. The home team can play for the tie when they're at home, but you got to get this guy over.
The Angels will have the same benefit of the free runner at second to start their half of the 10th. 1-2 now. The off-speed pitch.
Well, this is my first big league game I've done with the free runner on second. It's kind of different.
Some people like it, some don't. The Giants have not done all that well in extra innings with the free runner concept, as Suzuki's out to talk to Raisel Iglesias, and now he breaks out his card. Well, you see, my card says.
Let's check our notes, make sure we're on the same page.
Giants have won 3 and lost 5 in extra innings. 3 and 4 on the road. They've only had 1 extra inning game at home so far. Well, they're still talking out there as the umpire goes out. Ryan Adderton to break it up. Giants still looking for that first hit of the day with a runner at second or third or both. They're 0 for 5 in these high leverage critical at bats. He struck him out.
He got him, and he had a pitch to get him over. Threw him a little slider down and in as a left-handed hitter. That's a perfect pitch. Get him over to third base. See that spinning down and in, just a little out front. Breaks him down. Times with 2 strikes, you got to take a little swing at, just put that ball in play.
Dickerson and a foul tip. Fastball to the inside. Dickerson having a pretty good day. 3 hits, including a double. And he's hitting .353 with runners in scoring position for the year, which on a year where he hadn't hit all that well overall, he's been pretty good in spots like this. And a changeup. 0-2. The Giants have Dominic Leone warming up in their bullpen, likely getting ready for the last half of the 10th inning.
Same thing here. Take a little swing out. 0-2. Put this thing in play somewhere. Put a little pressure on the defense by putting the ball in play. Cut some swing out.
High fastball trying to put him away, but he fouls it back.
Lacy's doing a nice job with the fastball changeup combo, going up in the zone. Got some life on that fastball, upper 90s. Still 0-2. Pretty, a little too much of that strike zone. 0-2. You can get guys to hit him with fish. You don't have to give him a good 0-2 pitch.
First time that Dickerson has ever batted in a big league game against Iglesias, with Tauchman the runner at second, 1 out. High fastball struck him out. th strikeout of Giants hitters today.
See that fastball up in the zone, running away from the left-handers. You have to make him get the ball down in the zone. He can't chase the high fastball. He's going to throw it right by you.
So that leaves it to Buster Posey. Giants have not been able to put a ball in play so far against Iglesias, much less move that runner up. The free runner, Tauchman. Posey is 0 for 2 with 2 walks. 0-1.
Good slider.
Posey has a little bit of experience against Iglesias. 2 hits, a single and a double in 4 previous at-bats against him.
Ouch.
Off.
Ouch. Ouch.
Foot.
Ouch. You wear that foot guard and that. Watch where this ball hits. Yep. You put the foot guard on, and what happens? It misses it. That does not feel good. Oh, hope nothing's broken.
Anthony Reyes, Giants head trainer.
Isn't that amazing? You put all that body armor on and the ball still finds a way to hit you somewhere where you're not covered.
Buster may well be telling, I'm never playing a day game after a night game again.
I know what he's feeling.
Tauchman still at second. 2 down and 2 strikes to Buster.
If I'm Iglesias, though, I go right back in there again. Pound that zone down and in. There you go.
He strikes out the side. The Giants do not score. The Angels will get a runner at second. We go to the last of the 10th. It's actually Zach Littell who has come in for the Giants, and it was Littell who had been warming up in the bullpen. So Littell comes in relief of Jake McGee, and he will be the guy to try to keep that runner at second base from scoring here in the last of the 10th.
That's it. 25th time. 3.43 ERA, 21 innings, 16 strikeouts, just 9 walks. 6'3", 231-pounder out of Burlington, North Carolina, in his second year at the big league level. 4-seam fastball, slider, and a splitter. It's
a new pitch.
It's the day of the splitter.
He's just been trying to add that this year, and for a lot of the season, not that confident in that splitter since it is such a new pitch.
And he's trimmed up his beard a little bit.
That is Suzuki, the runner at second, as Lagares is at the plate. He's going to bunt him, or try to bunt him over, and fouls it back to the screen. Strike one.
See, my whole thing with starting with the runner on second base is it depends where you are in the lineup. If the Angels or the Giants had Yastrzemski up, he can hit the ball in the ballpark. They get the top of the order. The Angels start this game with the bottom of the order, and so they can bunt their number 8 hitter. So
of course,
in reality, it's,
if they just get one run, the game's over.
Exactly, but it's all where the lineup falls and who's at the plate.
Off the outside, 1 ball, 1 strike, as he was showing bunt again. Ruff is the first baseman. He's getting ready to charge hard at the plate. The third baseman, Dubon, trying to lay back to take a throw to try to tag out that runner. Lagares has not had a sacrifice bunt so far this year.
Bunt this ball down to the third baseman. There you go.
And Littell dug out by Solano, but now the possible winning run is at third base with 1 out.
Well, like I said earlier, that's what happens. It's where the lineup falls, and it's fallen at the bottom of the order. So the Angels can use their guy to bunt him over. Good bunt. You want to bunt that ball down to the third baseman. You don't necessarily have to bunt it to the right side with a man on second, nobody out. Pretty much bunt it wherever you want.
So now the Giants have to bring the infield in, and the outfielders have to be in a spot where they can catch a ball and keep that runner from scoring. David Fletcher, 1 for 3 in the game. There you see the Giants infield. Ball
So
1.
If you're Fletcher right here, the infield's in. You want to get a ball up in the zone that you can hit into the outfield and drive. You got to keep the ball off the ground. Talk about Littell, 4-seam fastball slider.
Gabe Kapler's coming out now to talk directly to his pitcher and his infielders. Some managers in a spot like this will issue a couple of, not even just one, but even a couple of intentional walks to set up the force out at home plate, or even one intentional walk to set up a double play.
Right.
There are options. Seems like he wants to ask Littell maybe what he's comfortable with. Some pitchers would not be comfortable with intentionally loading the bases with 1 out. So what do you think they were talking about, JT?
I just think he's talking to Littell. Yep, they're gonna put him on.
So Fletcher is given the automatic walk.
Yeah, now you have a double play in order. You're trying to give your pitcher the best chance of success. He can throw that fastball slider, get a ground ball. Now you can move your infield, your middle guys back a little bit. And we'll see what depth they play at.
So Rengifo, who has accounted for the Angels' only run of the day with a home run back in the 5th inning. He also had a sacrifice bunt his last time up there in the 8th inning. The Giants with runners at first and third. And you see the infielders are still in. Crawford and Solano are not all the way into the edge of the grass.
You usually have on defense, you have like 4 different levels. You have 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1's all the way in, obviously, and 4's all the way back. And then 2 and 3 are kind of in the middle. And you see the Giants playing straight even with the bag. If it's hit up the middle, they can turn a double play. Rengifo runs well, though.
It's a called strike. A fastball to the outside, up 0-1.
Same thing here for Rengifo, though. You want to get a ball up in the zone, keep it off the ground. Think about driving something to left center. It'll keep you on the ball.
Blew it by him on the inside. 0-2.
Pretty good sequence. Goes fastball up and away, and comes fastball back in on that middle inner third. Got to put trust in your catcher right here if you go off speed. I suppose he can block that pitch.
Suzuki, the possible winning run over at third base.
A fastball away.
High along the left field line.
Don't catch it.
And foul. That would have been too deep.
Right. Don't catch it. That's a foul ball. Let it go.
On to the count to Rengifo.
See what Buster calls here and where he sets up.
Up and away again. Back to the screen.
That's where you want it. If you're hitting, you want a fastball up in the zone. You can be a little late on. Hit it into the outfield. Throw something off the plate here. See if you can get him to chase. You're heading the count 0-2. Those last two 0-2 pitches caught a little too much of the plate. Just give Rengifo something to think about. Go off the plate here for a ball. There you go. That's a good pitch, 0-2. Now you can come back in and go hard in on the hands. You can even go on that same side of the plate and go up and away. Right idea, just missed the location.
Max Stassi was the guy we saw out on deck with the pitcher due up next. After Ohtani left, the pitcher went into the batting order.
Here you go, 2-2. You throw your best pitch in this situation right here. You throw your strikeout pitch. Didn't happen.
Well, that was not even close to where Buster was giving a target. That is the man over at third. Fletcher. It doesn't matter so much. 3-2 the count. And the bases are loaded.
Well, not the worst thing. You ain't got to force any base. You still have a double play in order. You got a pinch hitter coming up that's been sitting on the bench for 3.5 hours. Probably not real loose. Max Stassi. Pride of Yuba City. So right here, Stassi, I know you've been sitting for a long time. He's probably taking some swings out in the cage, but bases loaded. Get aggressive real early in the count. Look for a ball up, a fastball in the zone, up in the zone that you can drive into the outfield. Got to keep it off the ground, stay out of the double plays. A catcher doesn't run particularly well.
The middle infield double play depth now. Crawford and Solano. One ball and no strikes. He falls behind him. Stassi has been one of the Angels' hottest hitters lately.
Looks like Littell's kind of guiding that fastball, not really letting it go. You're going to get beat right here. You get beat with your best stuff. Commit to it and let it go. Just not finishing. You're Max Stassi right here. You zone him in. One pitch in one spot. Probably look middle in fastball. If you don't get it, don't swing. Littell's going to have to make a pitch right here.
Still only one out on top of everything else here with the bases loaded. Now that is a little bit better.
Yep. He committed to that. Threw that slider down and away.
I mean, that's a big pitch for him. Got a fastball 96, 97 miles an hour. Is not that unusual hit for him to reach.
I'm not sure I would have been hacking too low with that slider down and away.
Well, he was under it again. 3-1. He's gone as far as he can go out of the strike zone. And the runner at third, Suzuki.
This pitch has to be in one place in one spot. If you're Max Stassi, Littell's got to commit and he's got to make this pitch.
Oh. Wow, he swung at ball four up around the lettering on his shirt, not that close to the strike zone. Littell, who's not looking that confident the way he's been throwing.
He's got to throw him the fastball here. It can't be ball 4. If you're the hitter, you expand the zone a little bit. Sit on that fastball, and if you get it, he's got to throw you a strike. That's what you're thinking as a hitter. This pitch right here is going to be a strike, and it's going to be a fastball.
He struck him out. And except for that one slider on the 2-0 pitch, I don't think he ever threw another pitch in the strike zone.
Nope. Goes up in the zone again. Swung at ball 4 twice.
But he's not out of it yet.
Nope.
And here comes the veteran, Anthony Rendon, who is not likely to swing at those kind of pitches.
Yeah, he's got pretty good plate discipline. Spreads his feet out. He's got that wide stance.
Oh, picked up by Ruff, and Littell gets the put out. Littell to Ruff and back to Littell. Littell's shin with a great play.
I scored that 1-3-1.
So they get out of that one somehow, and we go to the 11th inning, and Ruff, then Crawford coming up. Go to their bullpen. Steve Cishek comes into the game now, the veteran right-hander, and what a wild play on the ground ball by Anthony Rendon to end that bases loaded inning for the Giants. See Cishek's numbers for the year, but he has walked a lot. 22 walks in 29 2/3 innings, JT.
Yeah, you got to know that if you're a Giants hitter, go up there and work an at-bat, especially late in the game, work the count. See, the average of lefties is pretty good at 214, right? He's hitting 236. Look at that, off the shin. Pinballs over to Ruff. A great job by Littell by not quitting on that play, right? Keep going. You got a job to do. Get over and cover first. Gabe Kapler's happy.
And I don't know exactly how hard that ball was hit, but do you think if it had not hit Littell at all, that Solano still gets to it?
It's hard to tell. Yeah, I mean,
because he wasn't playing right up the middle.
No,
he was shaded toward the middle.
I think he might have been able to get to that ball. It's hard to tell when you're not there and you can't hear the ball off the bat, the crack of the bat.
Posey is the automatic runner at second, and the slider for a called strike to Darren Ruff, who's up for the first time in this game.
Well, Cishek mainly fastball, slider, 4-seam at 2-seam. You can tell by his arm angle he's going to be able to get some good action on his fastball.
Right to the shortstop. That will keep Posey at second. Iglesias throws out Darren Ruff. Giants have had just those 2 hits, a bunt by Belt and Solano's single to right in the 8th inning. Those are their only 2 hits since the 5th inning of this game.
Not a lot of offense so far at the end of this game. Once again, the Giants come up with a runner on second, but in the middle of their order. You figure if it was at the bottom of the order with Duggar, Dubon, or might be able to bunt that guy over from second base, but just by chance they got some sluggers up there.
And there's ball 1. Yeah, they had the top of the order up in the 10th inning with Tauchman at second. And Iglesias solved that problem. He just struck out everybody.
That's it.
Struck out all 3 of them. Yaz, Dickerson, and Posey. Now Posey at second. Crawford 0 for 4 in the game. And Posey still has to stay at second base as Crawford is thrown out. So Cishek, and that's Cishek's game. Get the ground ball.
Keep the ball down in the zone. Has good movement. 4 pitches and 2 outs.
Donovan Solano, he got the hit with Belt at first in the 8th inning. The last hit that any Giant has had in this game. Cishek, who's been pitching in the big league since 2010. 35 years old now. Been with Miami, the Cardinals, and several other teams. Seattle, Tampa Bay, the Cubs, and the White Sox. And it's 0-1 to Solano. The only walks the Giants have drawn today were both by Buster Posey against the starting pitcher, Ohtani. That's Buster at second.
I said it earlier back in the 8th inning or 9th inning when the game gets tight. Now you get into the extra innings. I still feel like these games go longer. It becomes about concentration, and more often than not you see a crazy play, a weird play that ends a game like this. You got to really focus and stay in the moment.
Off the fists. Another ground ball. The Giants are now 0 for 11 with runners in scoring position in this game. The Angels will have Rendon at second and Walsh coming up as we go to the last of the 11th. Now is the best time to think about becoming a second half season ticket member. The Astros will be coming in. They've been the best American League team lately. The Mets, the Padres, also 6 games against the Dodgers upcoming. Secure the best seats, including club level and lower box availability. Also receive postseason ticket rights for any potential home games in October. Become a second half season ticket member at sfgiants.com/season. So Brebbia comes in for the Giants, and his first real high leverage game as a Giant. He made his first appearance on Sunday against the Philadelphia Phillies and retired the side in order in the 9th inning of that game, but the Giants had a 9-run lead. So the former Cardinal coming back from the Tommy John elbow reconstruction surgery, and it's been a couple of years since he last was in the big leagues until now. Now the Giants automatically walk Jared Walsh. Like, why do we want to face this guy with Rendon at second base? So Walsh is given first base. So 2 men on with nobody out. And Taylor Ward, the rookie out of Fresno State, they prefer to face him. Showing bunt, and it's right there in the outside corner for a called strike.
Brebbia will throw that 4-seam fastball as a slider and a changeup. 6'1", 200-pounder out of Boston, Mass. I agree with this play right here. Bunt him over. Stay out of the double play. Get second and third with 1 out. Want that ball down to the third baseman if you can. First baseman can charge. Get down your throat. First and second, you always want to bunt that ball down to the third baseman. Make the third baseman come and get it.
Rendon is the possible winning run. Second baseman Solano is up the middle. That's a double play ball. There's one. And a double play. So he showed bunt on the very first pitch, and then apparently Joe Maddon changed his mind. So now Rendon at third, but with 2 down.
Good pitch to hit, too, up in the zone. And the gamble pays off. You walk Walsh, their best hitter. Get a little 6-4-3 double play.
So here is Iglesias.
Still got to concentrate. You got a man on third with 2 outs. Buster's got to be at his best. Block everything in the dirt.
Iglesias is 0 for 4 in this game. Well, there's Hit a couple of balls hard to the outfield. He lunges at that slider. Well down and away, and now he's behind 0-2. The Angels no hits in 9 at bats with runners in scoring position in this game. Neither team has had a hit in this kind of a spot all day. Right to Crawford.
Oh, tell you what, that was not an easy play. You saw Crawford with his hands out front. That was a tough hop. That was a nice play to stay with that and get that out.
The Giants coming up. 12th inning. Duggar with a runner at second. It's a battle of aces. Shohei Ohtani for the Angels. Kevin Gausman for the Giants. Gausman went 7. 1 run, 4 hits allowed. 9 strikeouts and a walk. Ohtani went 6. 1 run, 6 hits. 9 strikeouts, 2 walks, and they each gave up a home run. Rengifo tied the game with a homer against Gausman in the 5th inning after Yastrzemski's home run put the Giants ahead for a very short time in the first half of the 5th inning.
I mean, that's a pretty even matchup. You look at the numbers. Really unbelievable. Great pitching performance. And just both gave up a solo home run. And as you said earlier, John, now they know what it's like to face themselves, right?
Indeed. He struck out Ohtani, by the way, twice after getting him to hit a ground ball to first his first time. Ohtani was 0 for 3 against Gausman. So the Giants have Solano at second base. He's the automatic runner. And Duggar at the plate. The Giants have not had a hit since the 8th inning. And those are the only hits they've had since the 5th inning. The 2 they got in the 8th, and one of those was a bunt in the 8th. And the frisbee is up and away from Cishek. Giants are 0 for 11 with runners in scoring position in this game. This is the 3rd inning in a row where they've started off with that runner, that free runner at second.
That's going to change because somebody's going to get a base hit to win this with runner in scoring position. How about that? 0 for 21. People talk about all the numbers and all the sabermetrics and analytics and all this stuff, and I always go back. For me, a pitcher, look at his ERA, and for hitters, look how they hit with runners in scoring position. That tells you if they're clutch.
So Duggar 1 for 4 in the game.
He had a pitch.
He fouled that one right off the mask of Suzuki.
Got to go up there if you're Duggar, left-handed hitter. You got to think, I'm going to get up on that plate, look for ball inside. I'm going to pull this thing to the right side. And he's just a little bit late. He had a pitch right there, hanging slider. Man, make some adjustments in the box. Move up on the plate. Force that guy so you can hook that outside pitch and get him over to second base. If you're not going to bunt him over there and you're going to swing, you can make little adjustments as a hitter. Old school adjustments. Crowd that plate, hook that ball to the right side.
The Giants. Now the trainer's coming out. Remember, the Angels have already used their backup catcher.
They don't have a catcher.
Stassi was used as a pinch hitter to try and win the game in the 10th inning. And maybe Taylor Ward is their emergency catcher. They just showed him on the Angels telecast that we're watching.
I think you're right.
And Joe Maddon is checking his lineup sheet. The only player on the bench is Upton. And Upton left last night's game with lower back tightness after the 2nd inning. Was not available for this game. I don't know how he is now. He's had all this time to maybe take some treatment for that.
Yeah, it's you have to go with who you got.
This is always the worst fear of any manager. If you use that second catcher, you have 2 catchers, and you burn the second one.
Right.
What if your catcher gets hurt? What do you do then?
I think also the managers with the new rules of starting with a guy on second base. I don't think they feel like the games are going to go that long in extra innings. I don't know what the numbers show or what But
well, the vast majority of them end in the 10th or 11th innings.
Exactly.
Most of them in the 10th.
Yeah, I think he's going to come out of the game. I think they're going to bring Taylor Ward in from.
So Taylor Ward would be the emergency catcher here. Wow, another crazy plot twist here. And we hope that Suzuki's okay, but the trainer gives him some sort of
take a look at this replay. Duggar fouls it off. It's a right. Yeah, he got his bell rung right there. Top of the mask. He might be a little queasy, or might be a concussion protocol.
He's got.
And he uses that.
If he has one of those spring-loaded catcher's masks.
I don't know. He uses that old school mask, which I like better than those hockey masks.
It had some other attachments to it, though.
Yeah. Looks like a little, almost like a sunglass shield. They're going to put one of their. I think that was Griffin Canning. They might put him in the outfield.
So a pitcher would go to the outfield because Upton, I don't think, is available. They had a 3-man bench to begin with.
Yeah.
And one of those guys was not healthy.
Right.
So
Griffin Canning, who is a starting pitcher, pitched at UCLA, Southern California product. He's going to go play left field. You know what? I'm on second base. I might try and swipe third base on the first pitch. I mean, Taylor Ward hasn't thrown a ball down to third base, and who knows how long.
Yeah. Although, and Solano did not have much speed.
Yeah, that's the other part. But I might be on my toes if I'm Solano out there.
Bruce Hines is the first base coach for the Angels.
I told you, John, crazy things happen in extra innings as the game goes long. It becomes a game of concentration, and just I've seen enough games in my career that weird stuff happens.
You think Hines was going out to give the card to Griffin Canning?
Oh my.
So well, Hines is right out there in left field with Canning.
He's like, listen, if there's a base hit, don't blow your arm out and try and hose him at the plate. Hit the cutoff man.
See, that would be, you'd think, would be one of his primary strengths.
Exactly.
Was that he would have a great arm.
I know, I was going to say. Or maybe he's telling him, if you get the ball, you just uncork it to home plate. And
JT Snow did some crazy things, like he executed the hidden ball trick one day at Candlestick Park.
Oh, that's great. Sorry, Davey. Chris Brock.
Who was the runner? Do you remember?
Carlos Perez was pitching. He got
a backdoor slider for a called strike 2 to Duggar.
Got a base hit, ran all the way down the right field line, and the first base coach, John Shelby, followed him, and no one saw if I thrown the ball back to the pitcher or not. So I just kept it in my glove, looked at Chris Brock. Pitcher can't be on the dirt, and he bounced off first, and we got him.
That ball is ripped into right field for a base hit. Solano coming around. Duggar heading for second. Here comes the throw. The relay not in time. And the Giants have gone ahead 2-1. Steven Duggar with a double. The hit that has been so elusive.
Well, that's the way you do it. You think getting the ball to the right side. He gets a pitch up in the zone, and you throw that barrel at it. You pull it. Good job of hitting. I told you somebody was going to get a hit with a guy in scoring position, and that's a great job of hitting. Knowing you got to get that ball to the right side, cheat a little bit, get that barrel started early.
So now they try to get more. Ooh. And there's a wild pitch. No, it hit him. As Dubon was up there to bunt, and
let's see if it hit him. Nope. I don't think it got him.
In which case it would just be a wild pitch.
Yeah.
And he's coming back to the plate. Well, what are they saying? That it hit the bat?
It didn't hit the bat. The runner should be. The umpire raises his hands and signal to go down to first base. So that's a mistake. The runner should be on third base. That's a wild pitch.
Well, the only, I mean, unless he had called timeout.
But you watch the umpire, he raises his hands and he starts to point to his first like it hit him.
Either they called it a foul ball or they said he bunted at it. That it was a bunt and a miss. That he did not get the bat back in time. And that may be what it was. If you bunt at it or swing at it, and it hits you, it's just a dead ball.
Right. If it missed him, Duggar could. If he bunts at it and misses it, Duggar could be on third base.
So they ruled that he bunted at it. So it's not a wild pitch because then they also ruled secondarily that it hit him.
Yep.
And that's why Duggar's still at second. Well, it's 3-1 now to Dubon. If something bizarre is going to happen, it will happen to Dubon.
Saw the umpire raise his hand and point to first, so that tells me.
I think he was pointing at the first base umpire to say, did he bunt at it?
Oh.
That could be. I'm just speculating.
I think he thought it hit him.
And that is not a good bunt. And fortunately, it was foul.
Got to get that bat out front of the zone, move up in the box, and just catch that ball with the barrel of your bat. Can't poke at it. You set that bat at the top of the strike zone, and you work down with your knees.
Dubon has been up 4 times and struck out 4 times today. Now trying to move that runner up. At least he's got to get that runner over to third.
You see him right there with his eyes taking a peek at the third baseman, and now everybody's checking their scouting cards. He was looking down at the third baseman to see where he's playing him.
3-2 the count. Cishek with Duggar at second. The Giants ahead 2-1 in the 12th. And they want more. And asked for timeout. Tauchman is on deck. And for Tauchman and Dubon, it's been just a nightmare for both of them. They're both 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts.
You see Rendon's playing in. He still thinks that Dubon might lay a bunt down his way. First baseman Jared Walsh in on the grass. They think he's going to bunt.
And he just swung at ball 4. Just horrible. And I know there had to be a lot of movement on that, JT. That ball was 1.5 feet off the inside.
Yeah, he's having a tough day. Struck out 4 times already and not quite sure of himself at the plate, but that was ball 4. You have a guy behind the plate that hasn't caught. You got a pitcher in left field.
Former Giant, the left-hander Tony Watson up in the Angel bullpen. You got a string of 3 straight left-handed hitters coming up here. Tauchman, then Yastrzemski, then Dickerson. Tauchman 0 for 4, 4 strikeouts.
Duggar's got to be on his toes out there at second base. You've got Ward behind the plate. Anything down in the dirt, man, take off with 1 out. A good time to try for third base. You never want to make the first or third out at third base, but if you can steal another run or pick up 90 feet, you got to be ready to go right here.
Oh, 0-1 the count.
He's trying to work a lead. He's
so for Mike Tauchman, it doesn't even seem to matter the speed or anything else. If it's in there, he's swinging and missing.
Yeah, not seeing the ball. He's getting started late. He's got a lot of things going on upstairs.
And you have those shadows now between the mound and home plate as well. 1-2.
See Tauchman's first move with that front shoulder comes up and out, and his hands are starting. That tells me you're not seeing the ball. When your front foot comes down, your hands have to stay back. You got to keep that front shoulder down and keep it in there. Have to put this ball in play somewhere.
And Cishek checks his little card. They've got the overshift on the infield. Nobody's at shortstop. That's the open spot on the infield. Well up out of the strike zone, and that's 5 straight strikeouts for Tauchman. 18 Giants have struck out in this game.
17 swinging, I think. I'm running out of room on my scorecard, but
so now with Yastrzemski coming up, it looks like they're going to bring in Tony Watson from the bullpen. The Giants have a run home. They're having a hard time getting that extra run in as Watson comes in. We'll be back. Duggar at second. It was his double that knocked in Solano with the go-ahead run here. But then just nothing but more frustration for the Giants as Dubon went down, and then Tauchman struck out on 3 pitches. So now Watson, the veteran lefty, the former Giant, on to face Yastrzemski. And it's interesting, JT, Watson as a Giant generally had more success against right-handed hitters, and Yastrzemski as a Giant has had more success against left-handed pitchers than the other way around. So we'll see.
This could be the perfect storm.
The Giants, maybe that's what they need. A little stormy weather here.
Yeah, Watson fastball, slider, changeup. He won't throw that changeup to lefty, so he's mainly fastball, slider. Likes to work off the plate, get you to chase.
Now, Taylor Ward, apparently this is not so out of the ordinary for him. 217 games as a catcher in the minor leagues, but not, that goes back 4 years ago. He also caught 97 games with Fresno State while he was in college. Yaz out in the right field into the defense, and Fletcher throws him out. Giants are 1 for 15 with runners in scoring position, but they have the lead. Last of the 12th upcoming. And Griffin Canning, an Angels starting pitcher, as you see Dominic Leone in from the Giants bullpen now. And Canning, who replaced Suzuki, is also going to be the leadoff hitter for the Angels with Iglesias at second base. So Canning is over having a long discussion with the third base coach Brian Butterfield.
He's got a bunt. You play for the tie at home because you have the last at bat always. So
well, especially if it's your pitcher batting. Right.
Once again, it's the perfect. It's all where your lineup falls into place with this runner on second base stuff.
Canning has not had a plate appearance this year, much less a sacrifice bunt.
Well, Leone comes on. He's got a 4-seam fastball. He'll sink it, cut it, little slider, and you know the old saying, John. You go to a game and you'll see something you've never seen before, and I don't know that I've ever seen a game like this, a 2-1 game in 12 innings, where so much has happened.
He shows bunt and takes off the outside. Ball 1. The Giants are 1 for 15 with runners in scoring position. The Angels are 0 for 10.
And you could just bunt this ball anywhere. You just can't bunt it straight back to the pitcher. You can go down either side. First base side, third base side.
There's the bunt, and it's a beauty. The barehanded pickup. And he's out. And it wasn't that obvious that he was out either.
Watch out. Watching Iglesias was taking a peek at home plate. That's a pretty good job by Griffin Canning. Running hard down the first base line. I said just get it in play somewhere other than the pitcher. Good form, high chop. Don't pull a hamstring. Good play by Leone.
And a really good play by Leon. So here is Lagares with that possible tying run at third. The Giants infield is in again. Ball one. Lagares has had a bunt single, struck out twice, and had a sacrifice bunt. And there's the guy they're trying to get home to keep this game going. Iglesias at third. Blew it by him at 96 miles an hour.
Yep. Good pitch. Reach back for the Electra there. If you're Lagares, look for a ball up in the zone that you could hit into the outfield. You got to try and somehow tie this game up. Infield in. Big hole right back through the middle. Look for a ball up in the zone. Think right center field.
Off the hip, and Crawford can't pick it up. The tying run has scored. 2-2.
I told you someone's going to get a hit with a guy in scoring position. Now you've had 2 of them in the last 2 innings. That's what I was talking about. Say right hard back through the middle, right off Leon's backside. Nothing Brandon Crawford could do. Get down to first, find that ball.
So it is 2-2, and now the Giants are trying to figure out if Leon's okay. If he's going to be able to continue. Anthony Reyes, the trainer, out with him, along with Gabe Kapler. He's going to take a practice pitch or two here. That ball left the bat of Lagares at 109 miles per hour.
Came in at 95, left at 105, 109.
So now David Fletcher is coming up. Leon, who worked in last night's game, pitched the 8th inning in relief of DeSclafani and threw 15 pitches in that one. Well, this is why when you're the visiting team, it's so important to get more than just that one run.
Right.
Lagares back to first. Lagares has not had an attempted stolen base so far this year.
Especially when you know the other team's going to get a guy on second base to start the inning. You've got to push, like you said, for more than one run.
Now you've got Fletcher at the plate, Rengifo on deck, and then the pitcher is due up. They've already had one pitcher bat in this inning. It's the American League where the pitchers never bat. And now they got 2 pitchers who might come to bat in the same inning. You saw Justin Upton there. The runner goes. And that's a foul. And the Angels might figure, like, we can't just stand around here.
We got to try and make something happen. And
if Fletcher does not move this runner up, then they could walk Rengifo. And who's going to pinch hit for the pitcher? And I think they're trying to make it look like, oh, Justin Upton to be fine in that role.
Sometimes managers will do that. Even if the guy's hurt, they'll tell him to get a helmet and get on the top step so the other team will look in there.
Giants lost Brandon Belt in the 8th inning. Belt tried to score from first base. He got to third, and a throw got away at third. It actually hit Belt. And then he was not able to continue. We never received any word from the clubhouse as to what happened to him. Very hard slider, 91 miles an hour.
I'll tell you what, right now it's not easy to see at the plate. The shadows are creeping in. Leon is just barely in that sunlight. The hitter is in total shade, and when that ball comes out of the pitcher's hands, you see it right there. It's just a dark black object, and it's tough to see spin or any rotation.
2-1. Two to two in the 12th inning. There he goes. A chopper to the right side. And heading for third, Lagares. And he's safe at third.
That's a great job of base running by Lagares. Hits second, takes a peek, and just keeps on coming. Picks up his third base coach, Brian Butterfield.
Hit and run play, the old-timey hit and run play.
Yeah, I think it was. Take a look at this. Dubon's covering, he hits it perfect spot.
Solano.
Sorry, Solano. Watch him check the ball. When he sees it in no man's land, he just keeps on going to third base.
So heads up base running there by Lagares, who has a lot of speed. So now Rengifo is the hitter. The Giants infield is in, and the outfield has to come into a spot where they can catch a ball and keep that guy from scoring from third. Ball one. Now Justin Upton has come out in the on-deck circle for the Angels.
He may be out there just for show, but if you're Rengifo, you got to put this on your shoulders and try and win this game right here. I might walk him and face the next guy. Put the pressure on the Angels. Why not walk him right here? Bases loaded. You can play for. Doesn't matter if the runner's on second. That run doesn't mean anything. Play for a double play and then put the pressure on the Angels to make a decision.
Because we don't know what condition, if Upton does come up to hit, what condition is he in?
Right.
In terms of swinging and having his normal kind of an at-bat.
Came out of the game last night with lower back stiffness, so he can't be feeling that great.
He was not available to play today as a result of that. 1-1 the count. To Ruff, the throw home, he's safe! Posey threw down to second base, but the plate umpire has called him safe, and immediately Gabe Kapler comes out and says, we want the replay review. Juan Lagares, who's kind of taken over this inning on the bases here for the Angels.
Here's Ruff's throw to the plate. Let's watch the slide and the tag.
I think he's out. Although they have to decide when was the tag applied.
Exactly. It's hard to see right there. When does Buster tag the pant leg of Lagares? I don't know.
So the umpires in New York will try and figure that out.
This could be the best angle right here. Does his foot hit the plate? I think he might be safe. I think the umpire called it because I don't know if that foot was up in the air when it came across home plate. It definitely was on the plate. I was watching Lagares' pant leg to see if it moved when Buster tags him.
Gabe Kapler asking his own video room.
They're going to take a lot of looks at this. You got to get this right. This is a winning play. Ball wasn't hit very hard down to first. Ruff made a good throw to the plate. Lagares must have got a great jump off third base, which he should do. Saw the ball down contact.
The umpires in New York can try and triangulate.
See if is his foot in the air or is it on the plate? I think Buster tags him right there. And I think that's what home plate umpire Ryan Addington saw that foot come across the plate. I think that's why he called him safe.
Out! He is out at the plate. This game is not over. Fletcher to second. Rengifo safe at first. It is 2-2 with runners at first and second.
And I think Buster knew that. And I think that's why he threw it down to second base, because I think in Buster's mind, he knew that he was out. And he tried to get that third out of the inning by throwing it down there. And
that was a sheer bluff Justin Upton was never at any time ever going to bat in this game.
I didn't think he would. Yeah, I didn't think he would.
Because if he was, he'd be up there right now.
Right.
And instead, the Angels send up Dylan Bundy, one of their starting pitchers. Bundy, who has 1 hit in 2 at-bats this year, so it's not over yet because Bundy actually can handle the bat a little bit. On the outside with the slider, and it's 0-1. Bundy's hit, by the way, his only 2 at-bats of the year were against the Giants on Memorial Day. He got a base hit against Johnny Cueto, who then struck him out the next time. So Fletcher is the winning run, the possible winning run at second base there, number 22. 0-2 the count.
The game keeps going at this pace. The Angels may run out of players. And the Giants would win it. This is unreal.
And we are going to the 13th inning. Incredibly enough, it is 2-2 with Dickerson, Posey, and Ruff coming up for the Giants. Anaheim, and Yastrzemski, who is a fast runner, would be the automatic runner at second base. The Angels go to their bullpen for the left-hander Alex Claudio, and there you see his numbers: 26 strikeouts, 8 walks, and he's been fairly, it's not like he just gets lefties out. He's very similar in terms of his success against lefties and righties. JT.
Yeah, it's a pretty good ratio. 27 innings, 26 strikeouts. Say you look at the hitter's averages, pretty close. I think the team that might win this, the other team might run out of players.
The Giants do have players left on their bench.
They do.
Unlike the Angels, including Austin Slater and Wilmer Flores. And it is going to be Flores who's going to be the pinch hitter for Dickerson, and Flores, who has been a hot hitter. So Yastrzemski at second, the automatic runner, and Flores, who launched a long 2-run homer into deep left center last night, his first at bat, stands in. Fletcher in the overshift is to the shortstop side of second, trying to keep Yastrzemski close to second. Wilmer's average has gone to 262. Wasn't too long ago he was hitting about 220.
I wonder if he might be up there bunting because we know his, nope, he's not running well.
He left the game last night with some tightness in his right hamstring, although he has been taking treatment all day, and that it's been a long day. This game started nearly 4.5 hours ago. To third, Rendon. Not this time for Wilmer, and he could not move him up either. Johnson now 1 for 16 in these big at bats where a base hit could mean a run.
I was going to say, Claudio, fastball, slider, changeup, a lot of strikes with that fastball and slider. Not many changeups, but he will fill up that strike zone with those 2 pitches.
Buster Posey 0 for 3 with 2 walks and 1 foul ball off his left foot that hurt.
They're going to walk him,
and they give him the automatic walk, with the right-handed hitting Darren Ruff coming up next.
Sets up the double play. I think when they put that rule in with starting with a guy on second base, I don't think they envision games like this.
Both teams' bullpens are working. Angels have another left-hander up in their bullpen. 2 men on. The pitch to Ruff. Off the outside with a changeup.
Claudio's one of those guys as a right-handed hitter. You can't try and cheat and pull this guy. He'll get you to roll over to shortstop, third base. Think back up the middle the other way. Look for the ball out over the plate.
2-0. Yastrzemski at second, Posey at first. 1 out.
I'd get right up on top of the plate on this guy. Look for the ball up and out over the zone and try and drive something into right center field.
And right around the knees, but called the ball. 3-0. Brandon Crawford is on deck. That's Griffin Canning, by the way, the left fielder.
You think he wants a ball hit to him?
An Angels starting pitcher.
He's praying that they don't hit the ball to him.
Right through there, 86 miles an hour. It's almost like a left-handed version of, in some ways, of Tyler Rogers.
Exactly.
The left fielder, by the way, why is Canning in left field? Well, the left fielder is now the catcher, Taylor Ward. The spin move, looking Yastrzemski back.
I got to say, Taylor Ward looks pretty darn good behind the plate. I know he caught in college and did a little catching in the minor leagues, but he's not caught at the big league level, and he's doing a pretty good job back there.
And even in the minor leagues, it was 4 years ago, the last game that he caught in the minor leagues. And that walk loads the bases for Brandon Crawford.
Same thing here with Craw, lefty on lefty. Going to try and get you to get out front, roll over something, get you to hit a ground ball.
Matt Wise, the Angels pitching coach, out for a visit. Bases loaded. The Giants this year, and they've certainly had their problems in this game and in this 2-game series with runners in scoring position, getting that big hit. But for the year in these bases loaded situations, the Giants have done well. Giants hitting .356 as a team with runners with the bases loaded.
Once again, bases loaded. This spot in the game. Look to be aggressive early in the count. I know you haven't faced him lefty on lefty, but be ready to swing that bat right here and drive something into the outfield. Keep it off the ground. There you go.
Oh, the wild pitch saved there by the catcher, Taylor Ward. Nicely done. I guess they'd have good ball blocking teachers at Fresno State.
Soft hands. Quick feet, soft hands. He might have a future as a catcher. Oh, wait, he's already been there.
Way outside. 2-0.
Just stay within yourself right here if you're Brandon. Don't start chasing. You're heading the count. He's got to come to you. Not going to overpower. He likes to get you to chase. Wants you to roll over something, hit a ground ball to the first baseman or the second baseman. Stick to your game plan. Look for that ball up in the zone and drive it. Got a little greedy right there.
2-1. I mean, that would have been a hard pitch if he'd made contact to do anything except hit a ground ball with.
Exactly. Not easy to see right now, too. We talked about the shadows.
And that's a good point.
Tough to pick up spin on any pitch. Now the hitter's almost in the sun.
Ball 3 off the inside. He's not really thrown a strike this whole at bat yet. And that's his game. He doesn't want to throw a strike.
Yeah, you got to wait him out. Still stay aggressive though. 3-1. Look, one pitch in one spot. If you get it, turn that barrel loose.
Yaz at third. Posey at second, Ruff at first. The infield double play depth. He walked, and the Giants go back ahead. Yastrzemski is forced home on the bases loaded walk. 3-2 Giants. 49th RBI of the year for Brandon Crawford. And the Angels are going to make a pitching change. It looks like Junior Guerra, number 41, is the one who's going to be brought in here with the right-handed hitting Donovan Solano coming up. The Giants with a chance to break it open. We'll be right back. Of the late afternoon in Anaheim, the Giants have just scored a run in a wacky kind of a game as Junior Guerra comes in to pitch now. Guerra pitched the last 2 innings of the game for the Angels last night through 29 pitches in that game, and he's got some control issues. 22 walks, 35 innings, but he throws very hard.
Yeah, he does. A lot of walks. 22. Fastball, slider. Throw that split down in the zone.
He comes in with the bases loaded. Donovan Solano, the hitter. Solano is 2 for 5 in this game. The infield double play depth. Strike one.
Really tough right now if you get a chance to look. Look at the home plate. It's in the sunlight. Right where the hitters will be making contact with the ball.
So the visibility is not the best if you're a hitter.
It's the sunlight right in front of the plate. That ball will go from light to dark. Tough to pick up spin. You see he's late. He's not really seeing it.
Steven Duggar, a left-handed hitter, is on deck. The Giants have 1 run in. The automatic runner Yastrzemski has scored. And then after the ground out by Flores, 3 straight walks. The automatic walk to Posey, then Ruff walked to Lodum, and Crawford walked to force in the run.
Put this in play.
Well, he swung like a guy there who just wasn't seeing the ball.
Yeah, it's tough to see.
And the Angels will have those same conditions when they come to bat.
Yep, that sun's moving across. Just a high fastball. 91, top of the zone.
So now Duggar. Taylor Ward, the left fielder, at the start of the game, who became the catcher in the 12th inning. Steven Duggar, who doubled home the Giants' run in the 12th inning. Now he's trying to do some more damage here. 3-2 Giants.
Yeah, you can see Duggar's reaction after he swung and missed at that pitch. You see him open his eyes, his mouth real wide. They can't see the ball. Watch this after he swings and misses.
I mean, he missed it by a foot.
What? See his reaction right there? He's like, I can't see.
Trying to get his eyes open a little more. Crazy. The Angels have Rendon, Walsh, and Ward. Their 3, 4, 5 spots due up in the last of the 13th. Harleen Garcia, a lefty, warming up in the Giants bullpen. And that one gets away. And the run will score. Huge. The Giants have parlayed a free base runner, 3 walks, and a wild pitch into 2 runs in this inning.
I told you, games get late, extra innings. It's a concentration issue, and crazy things start happening. Been playing baseball for 4.5 hours. More times than not, it's crazy stuff that ends up winning these games.
So now Ruff at third and Crawford at second, as Buster Posey scored the run. 4-2 Giants. Huge. Another curve, and this one he took. 2-1. First base is empty. Another right-handed hitter, Dubon, and it's been a nightmare of a day for Dubon. He's the one on deck. Giants have 4 runs on 9 hits.
See that shadow moving across in front of home plate. Now the hitter's in total shade. You see that sunlight moving across. Get a little better look at the ball now.
And a foul ball. Makes it 2-2 now to Duggar. Duggar's had 2 hits in the game and is hitting .320 this year. This war of attrition today. Battling each other, battling health issues, and now battling the elements of the dark shadows. 2-2.
Oh, they're not going to throw him out.
And there's no play to be made. 1 run is in, and Crawford just kept on coming. 2 runs score on the infield hit by Duggar. 6-2 Giants.
Well, the Giants just stole an extra run. I mean, this is all because of the shift. The shift ends up costing them. Just fires it into first for no reason. Walsh can't do anything with it.
And Taylor Ward, the outfielder turned catcher, he was over backing up that throw to first. He was not even at the plate as Crawford was coming home.
Fletcher's got to know that there's no play at first base there. Why even throw it to first? You got to come up. This game is not over. You got to cut that run down at the plate. But he just throws it to first for no reason.
It's a 2-run single on a ground ball that was handled by the second baseman.
If they weren't playing the shift and playing regular baseball, that would have been an out.
Mauricio Dubon, who is 0 for 5 with 4 strikeouts today.
That's the 2 easiest.
Duggar running.
Nice.
And he steals it against Taylor Ward and Junior Guerra. Taylor Ward making a throw on a base stealer for the first time in at least 4 years.
And also Taylor Ward, no reason to go back up first base on that play with the man on second. When Crawford scored, you got to stay at the plate. I've seen some stuff today I've never seen.
Two 2-0 the count. 3-0.
It's going to be the easiest 2 RBIs that Duggar has ever or will ever get in his career, right?
It's nice to be really, really fast, isn't it?
A ground ball to second and you get 2 RBI.
And a hit.
And a hit.
3-0 the count to Dubon. He did hit a home run last night. And he swung at that one up out of the strike zone, refusing to take a walk. And it's 3-1.
Not sure why you're swinging 3-0 there. You struck out, what, 5 times today? 4 times?
The man on deck has struck out 5 times. Tauchman. That is the 4th walk of the inning. And now Tauchman will come up. And the pitching coach, Matt Wise, will head out to the mound to talk to Guerra.
Yeah, the Angels have really cost themselves here in the 13th with all the walks. 4 walks.
Guerra, remember, through 2 innings and 29 pitches, which
they keep checking their cards though in their back pocket.
Ordinarily, I'm sure they would not have used him under ordinary circumstances today.
Right.
But they've used so many others, including pitchers as pinch hitters, pitchers as left fielders. So here's Tauchman. Now, JT, he is due.
He needs contact. There you go. Look for the ball down in the zone.
Too high again.
A couple better takes. I'm just watching his body, watch when he gets started, and watching his hands.
Not a fat pitch to go after on a 2-0 count.
It's just a little bit late. You just got to get started a little bit earlier.
Guerra, 36-year-old right-hander. 2 on, 2 out. Went right back there again. The same result.
I mean, you got to throw it again if you're Guerra. Obviously, Tauchman having trouble picking up the ball. He's late on his swing. Struck out 5 times today.
That line of sunshine is sort of right between the pitcher's mound and home plate now. The pitcher in the shadows, the batter in the shadows. Bright backdrop. That ball is smoked. Right center field. Adios, Pelota. When you do, you do. And now it is a 7-run inning, a 3-run homer for Tauchman. The Giants have scored 7 runs on 2 hits in this inning. 9-2 Giants.
Baseball just doesn't make sense, does it? He's got 5 strikeouts on the day. 2 strikes on him in that at bat, and hits a ball out of the ballpark. Oh my goodness. So he finally got started a little earlier and got the hands going, got the ball out front.
Here's Yastrzemski, who scored the first of these 7 runs. Remember, he was the automatic runner who was at second base when this inning began. Tauchman's 4th home run of the year for the Giants. Man, did he need that or what?
He needed that in the worst way. I guarantee you he's thinking about 6 strikeouts in the batter's box.
Yaz into center field and right to Lagares. The Giants get 7 runs after all of that. And we're going to the last of the 13th. It is 9-2 Giants. The Angels 2. A 7-run 13th inning. And Jarlin Garcia in for the Giants bullpen in relief of Dominic Leone. And the Giants, man, the Angels just sort of imploded, didn't they, with all of the walks, the automatic walk given to Posey, and then 2 walks that followed, including one with the bases loaded to Crawford that got the go-ahead run home. The infield hit by Duggar, and an ill-advised throw to first as 2 runs scored on the play. So here is Garcia, and then finally, after Dubon, who was 0 for 5, walked, Tauchman launched one. His first ball in play in this game. So Garcia now to try and wrap it up for the Giants in what has been a tight, tense, and just excruciating game in so many ways.
Yeah, if somebody just turned this game on at home, they're going to say, what happened here? They had to score 7 runs in the 13th.
I'm John Miller along with JT Snow, and Dave Fleming has another obligation that he really can't get out of, involving broadcasting the Dodgers-Padres game nationally. So he has departed. We are now on radio and television. NBC Sports Bay Area, and there's a ball off the outside. So we're going to try and do a more of a radio type play-by-play for all the people, and it is drive time in the Bay Area listening in on KNBR. Anthony Rendon, who has had 1 hit in 4 at-bats plus a walk, and he takes a called strike, and it's 1-1.
You think Dave's going to be a little burned out of baseball? after today. He's going to watch about
Dave
10 hours of baseball.
He is such a huge fan of the game that he is living the life today.
Oh, boy.
1-1 the count. And that is a hard slider down and in. Swung on and missed. Strike 2.
Well, that's what Garcia features. Four-seam fastball, slider, changeup. He'll sink it.
The Angels with the Giants leading by 7 suddenly. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Fastball. Strike 3 called. Got the high strike just above the belt. And Rendon is gone, 1 away. On television, we're going to take a look at some replays of Tauchman's home run, JT.
Finally got a ball down in the zone. And I said it before that. He'd thrown fastballs right by him up in the zone. I said, throw him another fastball up in the zone. And teammates are happy. He got the ball down and Tauchman ran into it. And I'll tell you what, that might be the most relieved guy in all of baseball after 5 strikeouts.
And there is strike 1 called to Jared Walsh. The fact that we're in the 13th inning alone is already rather shocking, with the runner at second base starting each of these innings. And now the automatic runner goes over to third base. That is Rengifo, because it was the pitcher who made the final out in the Angels' 12th inning. They could move back 1, and that is Rengifo. So he is that automatic runner. There's a called strike 2 on the outside corner, and it's 0-2 to Walsh. So that is why Rengifo is over there and not one of the Angels pitchers. That's the one exception to that rule of the last guy up in an inning is the guy who is the automatic runner at second in extra innings. 0-2 count. There's a ground ball into the defense on the right side. Far to his left goes Dubon over in front of Solano, and he throws to first for the out as a run scores. And it is now 9-3 Giants. An RBI. Giants had the overshift on, and the third baseman was playing second base with Solano out in shallow right. So Dubon cut across just like he was a third baseman, cutting over in front of the shortstop.
Exactly. Go take anything you can get. With that shift, he steals it.
And here is Taylor Ward, who started the game as a left fielder and became the catcher with the injury sustained by Kurt Suzuki. They had already used their other catcher, Max Stassi, as a pinch hitter earlier. And Taylor Ward, as emergency catchers go, is maybe the best emergency catcher in the game, having over 200 games caught in the minor leagues. There's a called strike, but none in the last 4 years. He also caught 97 games at Fresno State while he was in college. 1 ball, 1 strike now as he takes a ball. Ward is 0 for 5 with the bat. A drive to right field, foul deep down the line. Ward, of course, had one of the critical at bats. It was in the 11th inning. John Brebbia was on the mound, and they had runners at first and second and nobody out. The Giants had not scored in the 11th.
Right.
The Angels needed a run to win the game, but Ward, after showing bunt on the first pitch, they took the bunt off apparently, and he grounded into a double play.
Yep.
1-2 the count with 2 down, and the pitch. Fastball is too high, and a check swing by Ward. The shadows, that little line of sunshine has advanced onto the mound. So Jarlin Garcia standing right in the sun, and then his delivery puts him right back into the shadows. There's a swing, a line drive to shortstop, caught by Brandon Crawford, reaching to his backhand side, knee high, and that puts it into it. And the Giants sweep this series with a rather remarkable and zany game at Angel Stadium. The Giants win it in 13 innings by a score, JT, of 9-3.
If you didn't watch this whole game, you would not even believe, and it's hard to go back and recap everything. This was a 1-1 game, 2 solo home runs. And it all started getting crazy in the extra innings when you put a runner on second base. And the Giants come up with 7 runs in the top of the 13th and take it 9-3. Unbelievable.
Truly, this one, truth is stranger than fiction. The final score, the Giants in 13 innings beat the Angels 9-3. Thanks for joining us. We hope you enjoyed our telecast. And now stay tuned for Giants post-game live presented by Toyota starting right now.